And this is my business partner, Abraham Corey, and we're going to be presenting to you our business plan. So how would you like to help the environment? And all you have to do is work out. We're revolutionizing the gym and eco-friendliness to bring to you Bolt Gym. Today we're going to be talking to you about three main points: who we are, what we do, and how we do it. So Abraham and I decided to create a gym because we both love to work out. In addition, we love the planet we work out on. So we thought, what a better way than to combine those two passions to create Bolt Gym. Bolt Gym's goal is to be eco-friendly, energy efficient, and support the community in being eco-friendly. We plan to build a gym which is green in construction, converts people's workouts into energy, and supports a healthy, sustainable lifestyle for both people and our earth. So why Bolt Gym? There's a clientele of over 58 million gym goers in the world, and is a $21.8 billion industry. In addition, we're helping the environment. We're helping the environment by having energy efficient equipment, green building, and also eco-friendly programs at the gym. Our location will be in beach cities because a study was conducted and people tend to live a more healthy, active lifestyle in beach areas. Our team at Bolt Gym will be both eco-friendly and customer-based. We'll have 10 employees on a daily basis. Abraham and I, both management, 2 personal trainers, 2 sales associates, 2 greeters, and 2 cleaners that come between 1 to 5 in the morning. And we also have a layout of Bolt Gym provided for you to show you an aerial shot of what Bolt Gym will look like. So right here, you can see the front doors. Right here is the greeter's desk. To the left is Bolt Blend, which is an organic juice bar. To the right is the personal training area. Right here is the weight room, and right here is the cardio equipment, like the bike, elliptical, and treadmill. As you proceed down the path, you have our basketball court, as well as the dance room right here, and the cycle class right here. As you move down the path, we have both the men and the women's locker room, and in the middle are the pool and jacuzzi, as well as the steam room and the hot sauna. Right here is a sample of our flooring, which we'll be using for Bolt Gym, and here's the outside environment, because we want people to be able to work out and see outside, but also be able to walk outside and realize they're supporting a higher cause, which is helping the environment.
Thank you, Natalie. Now let me share where the bulk of electricity is being created. Here, as Natalie mentioned, we have our cardio equipment. Our cardio equipment is designed to capture energy. For example, if you're running or walking as many miles as you like, the energy of your workout is going to be transmitted to an underground generator. This generator will capture the energy into watts and power the equipment and the gym. In our research, we looked at peer-reviewed articles that helped us know how to build our gym with a green building framework. Therefore, we're going to look at resource efficiency, life cycle effects, and building performance. Many businesses nowadays are using this concept, which is the triple bottom line, focused on 3 aspects, which are the environment, the economics, and society. First of all, the environment, we're trying to reduce waste, and that therefore the economics, while reducing waste, reduce our cost of the building. In society, well, we want to teach the new generations how important it is to be eco-friendly. That's why sustainability is perhaps the most prized quality. Our data collection, we had to conduct a survey of 30 participants. It was a quantitative survey. Our goal was to find the overall awareness of the environment and the overall awareness of gyms' effects on the environment. We had great feedback, and the reason why is because our environment and our clients do not have to compromise to complement one each other. Here we have 2 graphs. We have a chart, pie graph, and a bar graph. And here we have the perceived waste and the actual waste. And people thought that what was being wasted was paper, and but really in reality it wasn't the paper, it was the electricity and the air conditioning going on for hours, and the paper was not that big of an issue right here. We spoke to Edison Electric Company, and we asked a question of like, how many watts does the gym use a month, to power the gym? And they told us, well, a gym with 10,000 square feet uses about 5,000 watts a month. So here we spoke to 3 gyms, LA Fitness, 24 Hours, and Equinox, and they gave us their square footage, and from there we came with an idea of how many watts they're using. So LA Fitness in a month uses about 5,000 square feet. 24 hours, even though they don't have that big of a facility, even since they're open 24 hours, they're using more watts per month. LA Equinox, the same thing, around 6,000. And us, Bold Gym, we produce 4,000. But what makes this different than everybody else is that we're producing and consuming the same amount of energy, so we're breaking even. This will be the case for these 3 gyms if they had sustainable equipment. Financials, how? Well, we want community support. We want like fundraisers. We want Edison, Whole Foods, and all these companies to market themselves in our company that we can have fundraisers. Our goal is to have our banks our last priority since we want to get into debt. And we're gonna break even in 1 year at $1,952,400. Our salary would be around $220,000 for all our equipment, our faculty, our faculty and our other members of the gym. And our cash position in our third year will be $2,491,080. And for you guys and for us to have a positive cash flow, it's only $60 a month. So
therefore, we would like to offer you a free week membership and a complimentary gym towel.
see you at Bold Gym. Questions?
You have
I'm not sure why you excluded people from. You said in your presentation that people living in the city they have a healthy lifestyle, right? So why would you focus on people that otherwise already have a healthy lifestyle, not focus on people living on other places that are not healthy?
Well, the problem is we focus on people in the ocean side since, see, this is a pretty pricey gym, $60 a month, and we focus in Malibu and all those in the South Bay. Therefore, that's why we want to focus on the area of the gym in the ocean, that's why. And the reason why we want to focus on the city is because it would just preference kind of thing more than, it would work, but since the study said that near the ocean, well, we'll just try to conduct over that.
In order to be energy neutral, what mechanism are you using to generate the
Yes.
energy?
Thank you. So there's a company, it's called Fitness Art, which focuses on this equipment, and we don't know how it actually works because I don't know about electronics and all that. But they come and they'll install it for you, and they'll put the equipment for you in the Fitness Art. That's what it's called.
other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Roman and today I want to present my project that I was working on. It's a business plan, and before I actually going to start talking about it, I would like to talk a little bit about why I actually choose it. The point is that 2 years ago I decided to move to Santa Monica and I faced one problem. I'm a foreign student and a lot of landlords, they require to have a good credit check. They require a long-term lease, and also there's no furnishing in the apartments. And it created a lot of troubles for me, and I decided to solve this problem. The way how I did it is it's basically an organization that's going to provide housing for international students. And the main benefits are there's no credit check, and it helps a lot because some students they have enough money in their account, and basically it just makes everything much more simpler. You just need to put deposit like 1 month or 2 months depending from conditions of the apartments, and you can go. Also, all utilities is going to be included, so there's no need to transfer any accounts like electricity, water. Everything going to be furnished. Also, there's going to be additional services like pickups from the airports, which also going to be very useful for students, especially those that never been in the foreign countries and they came to the United States for the first time. And the main target is UCLA students, mostly those that came abroad and those that have high income, or at least their parents have high income. I want to talk a little bit about advertising, like to see like the actual model of the business. The way how it's gonna work is there's gonna be a website where students, when they're located, for example, in Saudi Arabia or China, they can go online, they can see everything in their language, they can see what apartment they can choose, and everything gonna be in their own language. So they just basically put it, they do some few clicks, use their credit card to pay, and once they come to the United States, they can just easily move in. But I had a few questions that was not clear enough for me because there's already quite a lot of housing in the UCLA area, and I had two questions. First of all, is it actually necessary to make any new services? And also, if we're gonna make any new services, what do we actually need to change? What's going to be our competitive advantage? This is my literature review, what I found, and basically this is 3 articles. First one, it was talking about millennials generation, because our generation is very special. We can say a lot about technology, and we prefer more online interaction than, for example, newspapers. And it includes a lot of strategies how to make business more effective. Second article was about it was official UCLA statistics about students that went to UCLA, and I found out that there's about 3,000 foreign students in UCLA, which basically means that there's quite a lot of potential customers to us. And the third article is about Chinese students that constantly come to the United States, and their number is increasing, and that's what I thought is going to be our main concentration. And to check these questions, I use quantitative method. I surveyed 34 students and asked them different questions, such as what they don't like about their current conditions in their apartment, what could be improved, like what is their age. And this is what I found out. Some students, actually the majority, was from the US, which I didn't really consider because this company was considered mostly on international students. But the other biggest one is Saudi Arabia, which was a little bit surprising for me. But it's very important because their culture is very special, and different from the United States. And if we will be able to create conditions that are going to be comfortable for them, it's going to attract more students. And the second biggest is Chinese students. Then everyone was asked about what could be improved in their current apartment, and they had 4 options that they can choose. First one was better customer service, second was better condition, lower price, and other option. As you can see, a lot of students, they actually answered the other, which indicates that there's something else that this research didn't cover, and there's could be like some additional factors that this research missing and need to be improved. But the second option is better condition, and it doesn't show here, but I found out that Saudi Arabia students, they're not satisfied with their current conditions where they live. And this is something that physical housing going to concentrate. This graph shows the age distribution. The reason why I asked students about their age is because age indicates a lot of different habits. It also indicates the level of responsibility, and basically it shows how secure the business is going to be. Because, like, for example, the younger the person, the more unexpected could happen, the more parties gonna be.
Yeah.
And the main concentration, as you can see, from 21 until 24, which is basically master's program. Yes, and basically, this research will be useful for all housing agencies that are going to be in the UCLA area. Additionally, it could be useful for other businesses such as restaurants. It's basically everything that interact with students that are going to come to the UCLA area and going to stay there for some time. And this is it. Okay. Questions?
Can you tell me why you focused on one university? I don't know, you may have answered that, but I'm just curious.
As I said, I moved 2 years ago. I moved to Santa Monica, and I stayed there for a long time. And I realized that this is perfect place because first of all, it's quite a lot of students from UCLA. Compared UC, they also have quite a lot of students, but at the same time, the safety neighborhood it's not safe enough, and there's just lower risk compared to UC. Other questions?
Kind of out of curiosity, you are an international student yourself, and glad to have you in the class as a student. So, how do you value your own living condition here? How will you rate it?
How about the weather?
Yeah, because you interrogate other people, what do you think about your own
Honestly,
living conditions?
I think it's overpriced. Yeah. Because I think right now there's limited amount of apartments, and there's more and more people that want to come to the United States or to see Hollywood. Basically, it's the center of entertainment, and it's getting really tough to get a single place.
Did you do any research on how much it would cost to start a business like this?
Yeah, I did research. I don't remember the exact numbers, but the way how it's gonna work is that Easy Housing is not gonna own any of these apartments. Instead, it's gonna partner with all the existing landlords, and they gonna make them limited partners. Which gonna contribute their property to the agency.
What's the average rent for students that
Average rent. So it depends because all apartments are different and they have different prices. But it's gonna be in the range of 1,800 to 2,700.
depending on if it's 2 or 3 bedroom?
Yeah, it depends from different factors like number of bedrooms, bathrooms, also location. So important factors.
Other questions?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Giardino, and I'm here to present to you today my business plan, Students for Stories. But before I get into the topic at hand, I want to give you a little bit of background on myself so you can understand why I actually chose the topic that I did. I'm currently 32 years old, and about 4 years ago, I made the decision to quit my job and go back to school. You hear everyone saying it's never too late to go back to school. The only problem is when someone like myself, when I made the decision, it was very hard to actually decide where I should go. And I found myself originally going on tours at schools like DeVry University, ITT Technical Institute, Westwood College, and other for-profit institutions that market heavily to students like myself. I remember walking through campuses over there, and I never saw anything that I liked there. As a matter of fact, I was walking through the hall of one of the campuses, and a student bumped into my shoulder and walked by without saying excuse me or anything, completely knocked me off my tracks. I was getting a little discouraged about my search for school, and one day my fiance sent me an email saying, you should check out this place called Marymount College. So I did a little research, and I decided to schedule a tour and come up and check out the campus and everything that they had to offer. I remember walking in, smiling faces everywhere. I loved everything that I saw. Not only smiling faces on students, but also on faculty and staff. It was very welcoming. And I remember touring campus, looking at the classroom sizes, and I seen everything that I wanted. It's a small classroom, seemed very intimate to me. But at the end of the day, I went home and I didn't really think I had a chance to get accepted here. For myself, I'm a high school dropout. I dropped out of school in the middle of my 10th grade year. My GPA was 1.2 GPA, and I just thought it wasn't gonna be anything that was possible for me. So I found out about this day called walk-in application day, and I figured that was gonna be my only chance to get accepted to this school. And basically the gist of it is that you walk in, plead your case, and they give you your decision that day on the spot. I'm not gonna lie, I cried when they told me I was accepted, so it was pretty emotional for me. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But moving on to the topic at hand, I thought for sure that I wasn't the only one that had this type of experience. And as it turns out, I'm part of a group of students called non-traditional students. Now, non-traditional students are any students who delayed enrollment into higher education until adulthood, is 24 years or older, is enrolled part-time, is working full-time, is financially independent, is financially responsible for others, has family responsibilities, and or has academic deficiencies. Now, the problem with non-traditional students is, in addition to the transitional issues that all students face going in from high school to college, such as meeting new friends and adjusting to the new campus, we also face a ton of other barriers that can be classified into 4 broad categories. That's institutional, situational, psychological, and educational. Now, just to give you a little bit of background on all those barriers, institutional are the barriers that are put in place by the school itself. The non-availability of night and weekend classes, non-availability of teacher hours, and all that good stuff. Situational is going to be time management issues, full-time job employment, having children of our own, having financial responsibilities. Psychological is self-esteem, not actually believing that you could accomplish the issue or the degree that you're pursuing. And then educational, like myself, I was not prepared for college level coursework, and non-traditional students end up taking a ton of remedial courses that do not actually count towards their college degree completion. So, in addition to that, there's also limited availability of resources for college students. Most of us are first generation students, and so our parents are unable to guide us in the correct direction as to which institution we should go to and which degree programs we should actually pursue. So I went into my studies with a research question of, is there a demand for a program that will help better prepare and monitor non-traditional students for academic success in a college level environment? Now, in order to answer this question, I designed a quantitative survey on firstcapsurvey.com, and the reason I chose this is because I don't have Apple products, I have an Android tablet, and it allowed me to set up the survey online and forward it to my tablet, and between classes I passed it out to everyone. The actual survey consisted of 17 closed-ended questions and 1 open-ended question. As you can see, I had a total of 38 participants, and the majority of them were senior in standing, prepared to graduate, and about 24 years or older was the average. To further break down the questions, you can see that questions 1 through 6 were molded after the definition that I gave you of a non-traditional student. And the reason that I asked these questions is because most people don't know if they're traditional or non-traditional, and I wanted to determine and basically compare the data from one another. After those 6 questions, I determined that 18 of my participants were traditional and 20 were non-traditional. 8 and 9 were to discover the need for financial assistance between the 2 groups. 10 through 12 were designed to measure student engagement on campus. 13 through 15 were designed to measure student confidence while entering their first semester. And 16 through 18 were designed to measure the likeliness that students would participate in the program that I'm offering. So now that we know the problem, what's the solution? Well, I'm glad you guys asked. Without further ado, I present with you, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead one. Let me review my results. So basically, just to break down the results that we have here, if you look at the 2 charts on the left, you're going to see that this side is represented as non-traditional, this side is traditional. So these are the amount of students, 80% of non-traditional students have applied for financial assistance, and actually 70% of them receive it. Whereas the traditional is much less, and this is reflective because traditional students generally fall under the parents' income and they can afford to send them to school. If you look right here, only 45% of non-traditional students felt prepared walking into their first semester, leaving a full 55% feeling unprepared. And that's pretty much the exact opposite in numbers for the traditional students. Over here, you'll see that the blue is representative of non-traditional and red is traditional. So, member of an organization on campus, you have a large percentage of non-traditional students who are actually members of organizations on campus. Something that I thought was going to be, that I predicted was that less non-traditional students like to participate in study groups than traditional students do. And 35% of non-traditional students, which is almost 10% more than traditional students, actually take advantage of non-academic counseling services. Down here, based on who would participate in my program, the blue is again reflective of the non-traditional students. And so you'll see that this is based on a 5-point Likert style system, being 5 being extremely likely. It's much higher that the non-traditional students would participate in my program. Now, going back to what I said earlier, we understand what the problem is. Now, what is the solution? So let me present to you Students with Stories. We are a 501c3, which is a nonprofit organization federally exempt from taxes. Our mission is to increase program completion rates amongst the non-traditional student population, create a strong awareness of social responsibility, and be a partner in the growth and success of our students and our communities. And we're going to do this by offering a wide range of services, including counseling, academic development services, scholarship, and placement assistance for non-traditional students. It should be noted that all services that we offer are geared at helping our students overcome the situational, institutional, psychological, and educational barriers that non-traditional students face. One program that I'm particularly proud of is our Student Mentor Program, which is students need to maintain a 3.0 GPA in order to maintain access to scholarship funds and also mentor new students to our program after they've been enrolled in school for over a year. So, who's our customer? We are serving customers who are male and female, non-traditional students, have completed their high school requirements, are seeking post-secondary education, and income is not a factor since most schools are able to meet the students' needs financially, and then basically our scholarship assistance is going to be supplementary to that. We're going to use viral marketing and public relations campaigns to keep a low cost on the marketing. Basically what viral marketing is we're going to use strategic hashtags such as students with stories, it's never too late for school, and ask me how I paid for college. And the goal is to provide a service that's so good that our students and our customers and people in the community will do the marketing for us, and basically there'll be no cost.
You have 5 more minutes, I forgot to say.
All right. Marketing goals and objectives is to establish an internet presence in year 1. Basically, we're going to do this by developing a website by month 2. And by the end of year 1, we're going to try to have 10,000 social media followers. That's on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and whatnot. Our second goal is to develop customer relationships in targeted areas. We're going to do this by attending job fairs and community events, and also placing ads in strategically targeted publications. The most important and our third goal is to raise enough funding for business functions and scholarships, and we have a goal of raising $150,000 in the first year. $50,000 of that is going to cover salary and overhead costs, and we're going to have an additional $100,000 to give to our first students as far as scholarship goes. And finally, to develop strong partnerships for placement schools. We're going to do this by offering internships to students that are currently going to those schools and plan on going, being psychology majors and majoring in education. So we're going to offer them the opportunity to mentor our students, prepare them academically, and provide them the self-esteem that they need to be successful in a college environment. So the 4 main keys to our success is establishing a strong network of local 4-year schools for placement, launching a series of fundraising events, establish an effective testing system so our students, to have students who are qualified for a program. And like I said, I had a low GPA, and that's pretty common for non-traditional students during their high school year. So a recent report found that empathy, social responsibility, flexibility, and impulse control are strong predictors of college retention and degree completion. So we're going to base our test on those measures. So in closing, Students with Stories offers non-traditional students the opportunity to bypass community colleges and for-profit institutions that have low degree completion rates and high interest rates, respectively. By developing partnerships for placements and preparing students Academically, it will greatly increase retention and completion rates amongst the non-traditional population. Non-traditional students bring a lot of diversity to the classroom, and it's our job to get them into a classroom where their voices will be heard. Thank you. Any questions?
I have one question. What is your GPA?
I have a 3.97. Dr. Schaub.
Can you explain the revenue model and how the revenue model is tied to completion, degree attainment?
For revenue for us is going to be obtained through donations, and we're going to do that through fundraising. Originally, it's going to be through private and business sponsorships. Once we establish ourselves in the community, we're going to seek federal and state funding, though. Mr. Love.
Wow. You did mention this story, and I do believe narrative is the strongest thing we have to connect us to each other. Would one have the opportunity to hear these history stories, and would that be part of your fundraising efforts?
It's definitely going to be part of our fundraising. So I have it in my paper. I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but for private sponsors, business sponsors, depending on the amount that they donate, there's going to be a minimum requirement. But basically, once they donate that amount, we're going to assign a certain group of students to them, and it's going to be the student's job to actually write reports on their success and basically keep those people that are donating coming back with more donations. But also, we're going to tell those stories at the fundraising events. I'm going to bring a select few students with me to help raise funds, kind of like we did with the Success by the Sea Gala. That was very successful for the university.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our presentation about our business plan. Before we get started, I would like to ask you all a question. Please raise your hand if you have been playing any form of sports while attending college here in America. One. 7. Sounds good. What's your name, sir?
My name is Sasha.
Sasha, did you like it?
Yes, I liked it. Yeah.
Do you mind me asking what you like the most with it?
I like the most that since I'm an international student, I like the most that I learned a different language and I experience a lot over here. And also combining sports and basically going to school is basically what I'm here for.
Thank you very much. That's a great answer. My name is Jim Erickson.
And I'm Emil Pedersen.
And we are the founders of the J&E Sport Agency, which is an agency that's going to help international students to start their journey or transfer as a student athlete here in America.
So a bit about our personal history. Both Jim and I are from Sweden, and we have represented Marymount California University's men's hockey team for 4 years. We both had a good experience being a student athlete. However, the process of becoming one was a bit difficult, especially because a lot of paperwork. Our journey started in 2010 in Gothenburg, Sweden, where we attended a showcase that was held by a Swedish sport agency called Bullshit. And a showcase is basically an opportunity for athletes to show their skills in front of American coaches to receive an athletic scholarship. And luckily enough, both Jim and I, we got offered a scholarship and we could start with the process of becoming a student athlete. And it is a long process. It's include school applications, visa applications, financial aid application, and of course the eligibility papers to be able to play one sport. And depending on the school requirements, you have to study for a SAT test or a TOEFL test. And these are examples of what we would provide to our clients. So why this topic? Why did we create this business plan? As I mentioned earlier, both Jim and I had a good experience being a student athlete, but not a good experience of becoming one. And we want to help our clients to have a good experience both with the paperwork and being a student athlete. And that together with our experience of both being clients at a sport agency and our experience of playing college sport for 4 years, we believe that we can create something different, something better that is out on the market today. Therefore, after evaluating all of this, we created a research question that states how to help international student athletes in the best way. So what are the issues with the agencies out there today? Firstly, we looked into 4 other sport agencies and the cost was very high. It ranged between $2,000 and $4,400, and that includes a highlight video, help to find a school, and also help with the paperwork. And of course, they cannot promise they can't promise you an offer that you will like. So basically, some people pay $2,000 without getting a scholarship that they like. And also, as mentioned earlier, it's a lot of paperwork, and we believe that the agencies out there don't provide enough help to their clients. And from our experience, we learned that the issues won't stop there. As you arrive to the school, you have to make a big decision. You have to decide your major, you have to choose your classes, and this is tough for a 19-year-old. And especially for us Europeans, this education system is so different back home compared to America. And also, for us, it ranges from 1 to 3 classes that you have to take that don't even count towards your major. And if you want to graduate on time, you have to make sure that you take all the classes necessary. And another issue that we decided to focus on is transfer process. If you want transfer, you have to make sure that the credits transfer to other institutions. And lastly, the most important issue for sport agencies to focus on is the eligibility process issue. And the reason why it's the most crucial one is because an athlete won't be able to compete if he's not eligible, and if he's not eligible to compete, he won't receive this athletic scholarship. And for me, this was an issue because the NAIA, which are basically in charge of eligibility for Marymount and other schools, they couldn't confirm that the level I played in back home count as professional or not. So I found out 3 days before school started that I would be able to play. And for me personally, this was very stressful because I didn't know what was going to happen with my future. And we've also noticed other cases of this during our careers here at Marymount. And these weaknesses is something that we're gonna take in consideration when we create something better than what's out there on the market today.
So now we all know the problem, but to assure that there is a market for us and opportunity to succeed, we decided to conduct a survey online. We used this web tool called SurveyMonkey that allowed us to do both closed and open-ended questions to our participants. Our method we picked was quantitative because we wanted to get a large amount of numbers in. So we picked 30 participants, all of them international students around the country that already been transferred. So they already been through the whole process. So we wanted to reach out to them. And of course, the whole survey was voluntary. The reason why we picked online survey because it brought the cost down. We didn't have to pay for post stamps or other stuff that actually cost money. It's more convenient to have online. You send out an email, they did a survey, and we got the result back, and we could evaluate their results. So the method, the survey was not the only method we used. We also used literature reviews. We read articles. 20 literature reviews we went through. 10 of them we picked to have in our business plan. And in this presentation, we picked the 3 most important ones that we thought helped us through this business plan. So first off, we had Kaiser, Wagner, and Cohen. They're elements of effective trans-associate degrees, new direction for community colleges. It's basically about when you transfer, you want to make sure that all your credits are going to transfer to another school because without enough units or credits, you can't get eligible, and that's the whole point of being a student athlete. Like you want to play your sport. Horton is on the same page in the article Class and Cleats, Community College, Student Athletes and Economic Success, New Directions for Community College. He's writing about the whole transfer process that is so necessary, that have someone that can help you and make sure that all your classes is transferring, especially from a community college. I'm going to give you a good example. Both me and Emil are from Sweden, and the school in Sweden is free, so we don't save for school to pay it. That's why a lot of Swedish people go into community college, especially Santa Monica. Santa Monica Community College have around 30,000 students. 5% of them are Swedes, and most of the Swedes trying to transfer after they've done the 2 years at community college. But without a scholarship, they can't transfer, so they have to make sure that their units are going to go to the next school and count, so they can get eligible. And as a result of that, we decided to create a question in our survey with the same topic: did your school credits transfer? And as you can see, 19 of the 30 chose to answer yes, some of them, which means that it is problems out there because not all of them transfer. And because of that, it probably is lack of information out there for those students. With the necessary help, maybe all of the 30 would have answered yes, all of them, and they could get eligible at the new school.
So before creating our business, we had to find out if there's a market for our business. And the third and last literature review we used was is the need for a global amateurism standard. It was written by Abby Pennegar, and she states that 3,000 international student athletes come to America every year, and this number has tripled over the last decade. And that shows that there is a growing market and there will be an opportunity for the JV Sport Agency. So as I mentioned earlier, both of us had issues with the paperwork, and we wanted to find out if other student athletes found the same difficulties. So we stated the question, any issues with paperwork? And as you can see, 13 out of 30 said they had issues with the paperwork, 10 out of 30 said some, and 7 out of 30 said no issues. And this shows that the agencies out there today don't really provide the help that their client needs. If all of them would have said no, there wouldn't have been a market for the JV Sport Agency. And this, together with the growing number of international student athletes, shows that we have an opportunity.
So if we put all this together, that there is lack of help out there for students, and there is a growing number for international students, and we discovered that we have opportunity to come to the market, we came up with a solution. A sport agency for international student athletes that will receive necessary help to transfer and continue support to pursue higher education in the United States of America. So you're all probably asking now, where will it be located? And to bring the cost down, we decided to set up our office in Emil Persson's basement back in Sweden. Just to bring the cost down, as you can see on this slide, the financials, the telephone utilities is not that high, 1,200 for the first 3 years, because we're still trying to be there 3 years to bring the cost down. But the most important number here is the rent one, it will be 0 for the first 3 years. Just because Emil was good parents that will support us. And for the marketing part, our clients is going to be international students at first, and then when we become bigger, we will aim for American students as well. But as a start, we're going for internationals. When it comes to marketing, I have a question for you all. How many people got a smartphone in here? Yeah, almost everyone. And nowadays, as you all know, internet is a huge part of everyone's life. So we will be using smartphones and along with other devices that have access to internet to create social media accounts, such as a Facebook page, we have a Twitter account, Instagram, and so on. And of course our own website, so people easily can access our information and contact us. And as you can see, we put 5,000 for the first 3 years, just because to get started. But after the 3 years, we're aiming to have less money in the advertising, just because we believe that if we create a good reputation, the word of mouth will go around and will make it a lot cheaper for us. So that was our main goal, to get a good reputation out there.
As Jim mentioned, we try to minimize the startup cost for our company, and the total expense for the first year will only be $30,500, and this will be funded both through our own money, but also through money you get from the Swedish government when you start a new business. Our goal for the first year will be to have total sales of 60,000, and this is a hard goal, but we believe that with 400 clients and the cost for them will vary between 1,000 and 1,500, we will be able to achieve that. And this business will be a side business to start off with, so we won't take out any salary the first year, and hopefully for the upcoming years we can take a salary. But the reason for that is so we can build a budget for the upcoming years. And our niche will be transfer students, and for these 3 years we will have transfer students, and when we have built a big name out there, we hope we're going to host our own showcases. And also another opportunity for us is to help American students to transfer as well. And this will be all for us. Thank you guys for listening. And any questions?
Where do you plan to advertise, and are there special places where you would expect to buy names or have access to rosters?
Thank you, that's a really good question. We're trying to advertise, especially back in Sweden and Europe, the club soccer is big. Just for example, soccer then. Club soccer is big, so we probably aim to advertise in different clubs. If they have any international students who want to go to America, can get help there. Otherwise, we will just put our, like, Facebook is a huge thing right now, so Facebook will be a top priority for us to get out, because you can access all the different schools with Facebook pages. We can share our information there, and they will have a link to our website where they can go and look at the information they need.
Yes.
Would your relationship with the student athletes exist post-matriculation? After they begin school, would you continue your relationship with the student athletes, or would it be a hand?
Yeah, as we said in our solution, that we will continue support for them to pursue the higher education in America. So we will be with them the whole way.
And what kind of form will that support take?
Say again?
What kind of form will that support take? What service will you provide to
It's
them?
mainly that they're gonna be able to contact us through, or they can call us or email us, because that's like one of the toughest things we had, like through our experience, is that there's no one to contact. Like if you're gonna, what classes you're gonna take, what's good for us. So that's like one of our main key points, what we're gonna offer to our clients.
And as I said, social media is a big thing, so the social media will be on 24/7. If you have a question, then we just post it there and we will answer as soon as possible. Same with we will set up a Skype account, easy access to Skype each other from America to back in Sweden or Germany or France or so on.
How do your prices compare to your competitors?
As I said earlier, our prices will range from 1,000 to 1,500, and our competitors, we look at 4 different sport agencies, and they range from 2,200 to 4,400. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Yes.
Other than competitors, do you see any other threats to the success of your business?
As of right now, no, just because the growing number of international students, they will need help, because from our own experience, we had zero clue what college was about. So we don't believe that we have any other competitors, unless people from Europe want to stay and play club soccer instead of going to America. That would be the only issue, the problem we can face. Any more questions?
One more. Is there any particular training or educational program you believe would be beneficial to you as a sports managers, or it would be beneficial to you that would help your business grow?
We believe that through our experience, both of being a client at a sport agency and our education here at Marymount, and our experience of being a student athlete would be enough, at least to start off with.
Yes.
When you begin to take salaries and pay other salaries, I'm volunteering to do freelance for you to do the international transcripts evaluation.
Thank you very much. More questions? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate your time. And also a special thank you for Professor Dave for being such a great mentor.
Thank you.
So my name is Bruna Fileta, and I'm here to present my business plan, which is called Via Romana Pizzeria in San Pedro. So why I decided to do that, right? First of all, I have a few questions. How many of you prefer a thin crust pizza? Raise your hand.
Right now?
That's so good, right? How many of you like a lot of different type of gourmet toppings in your pizza? Would sound good? Nice. And how many of you prefer a wood-burning oven pizza than just a regular one? I'm happy for it. So this is why I decided to talk about a Via Romana Pizzeria in San Pedro. when I moved from Brazil about 6 years ago, what I missed the most in my period of transition was the gathering with my family and friends in Brazil. And most of these gatherings would be in Via Romana Pizzeria, but that would be in Brazil, at my uncle's pizzeria. He has about 20 years of experience and it's been very successful. So when I moved here and I realized that I want to open something, I said, why not bring my memories from Brazil to America? Why not show people what I live, what I adore, what I miss the most, and show them what can be different for them. So here, when I actually decided to live in San Pedro, I realized that I don't have a place that I could call kind of like home-ish stuff. So what I decided to do when the idea of opening a business was San Pedro would be a good place because it's close enough from Orange County, it's not too bad from the desert, and also it's not too bad actually from downtown LA. So it would be a good place to bring all these people together, and that comes my research question, which is the San Pedro a good place for implementation of a Via Romana? So Brazilians who live in the area would feel attracted to come and try this pizza place. Outsiders, we would bring people from outside to come to San Pedro and explore this new environment. And also, maybe they will become a fan of the city and start, buying things around here, or maybe move here, we don't ever know. And also young people, which is part of my target market, which is MCU students and also high school students. I would like them to have a friendly environment to come and enjoy their meal. Pizza and pizza. So I analyzed the 10 sources, and I chose 3 of them being the most important ones. So this first one, it says that it's evidence that immigration has a significantly positive impact on entrepreneurship. Being an immigrant, I feel that is an incentive to me to start my business and see that can be important and then can be valuable for the city and for the country as well. My second one is social media creates new opportunities for small businesses and to expand their marketing strategies. In my case, I'm starting with a low budget of only $40,000. So I feel that if I have a social media, I apply for social media instead of spending my money in advertisement, could make me use this money for something else that could be more liable for my project, for my business. And I see this as a strong key for a startup company. That is my case. So the third one, and I see it being the most interesting one, is that woman-owned business represents a vast segment of the United States. And 1/3 of small business are owned by women. And the growth rate of woman-owned business is double of other types of business. So this is, I feel, as a stimulation for me to keep going and with my dream, and also inspiration, because you can be a woman, you can be a wife, you can be a mom, and you can still be a businesswoman. So this is what I feel that is important to me. So the method I used for my project was 66 participants, 33 being Brazilians, 33 non-Brazilians. I made sure I had the exactly amount of people because I don't want just Brazilians to be in my place, and I don't want just Americans or different nationality to be in my place as well. I wanted that everybody feels welcome to come and try a new concept. So my procedure was a quantitative method, and I used the survey of 8 questions, and I used the SurveyMonkey for it. For the 8 questions, I selected 3 of them that show my results. So the first one is, would you like to have different types of restaurants in San Pedro? You can see it's almost 100% of people saying yes, they would like a different type of restaurants in San Pedro. And having this concept of Via Romana, which is all-you-can-eat pizza. Have everyone tried all-you-can-eat pizza? Just Susie, Carlos, about that. Yeah. So they have tried Brazilian pizza. And bringing this all-you-can-eat pizza to San Pedro would open people's mind and show them that they can keep and stay in the city and be happy with the different restaurants. So do you think, a second one would be, do you think a friendly pizza place is missing in San Pedro? So almost 70% said yes. So people with kids, moms, and like friends and young people, they go all the way. They go to LA, they go to West Hollywood, they don't stay local because they don't feel that a friendly pizza place is here. So bringing Via Romana Pizzeria will show that they can stay local and help with the economy of the city. They don't have to go away for it. And my third one would be interested in trying Brazilian pizza. So about 92% said yes. So this is why I think good wood burning pizza, thin crust, and gourmet toppings would be a success in the city. My future implications are market researchers. I think that if they are looking for a specific concept, they can use my paper for it because it's a very specific all-you-can-eat pizza. It's a Brazilian pizza, so that's a good key for them. Investors, which are the people that I'm willing to reach it because I need help from investment. And also future entrepreneurs, which are the people, they might not be looking for a pizza place, but they are looking for San Pedro. Or they may be not looking for in San Pedro and they are looking for a different type of restaurant. They can use my paper as their format. So, and I have to say that I learned with this project how, like, I overcame myself and I realized that I have like an entrepreneur thing on me that I never realized before. So, thank you very much, and here's my reference page.
I know your focus is on Brazilian pizza, but is there any chance you could introduce a Chicago pizza?
I know you wish that. I should work on that, right? You know what my feeling is, right?
I do.
Any other one?
Yeah, what's the big difference between like a Brazilian pizza and like an Italian pizza, for example?
Okay, we have a crust, a wood burning crust pizza. And we use different toppings, excuse me. So it would be ham with some cheese, some onions, and some green peas together on the oven, the wood burning oven. So that makes it different. When it comes out, it tastes delicious. I never tried Italian pizza because I've never been to Italy, but I know it's good, and everybody who goes to Brazil, they enjoy the pizza. So.
I would add that there are dessert pizzas too.
Yeah, they do have dessert pizzas.
Yeah. So there's
I have a crew who has tried before.
When you say all you can eat, guys, it's not like a big slice like this, all you can eat. This, remember, it's thick, it's thin, and there are little slices. And then you can taste every.
You can
How
taste
many
as
do you
many as you
have,
want.
Bruna? 20 different types?
Yeah, many different. Depends. I am planning to do 28 types of pizza because I'm bringing my uncle's recipes to Brazil, from Brazil to America. So I'm introducing his pizzeria, his 20 years of experience to America. Tom?
So, Bruna, you talk about the up-and-coming sector of women owning businesses. Did you look into what type of incentives there are for women owning a business here in Los Angeles County? What did you find?
I'm not sure if I'm going to answer straight your question. I can look for it. I know that for small businesses, it's a growth number, and what they do is because most of them have kids, they think they can't do that, so it's hard for them. But I'm not sure the percentage of growth in Los Angeles, but in general in the United States, it's a double of the growth. So if I didn't answer your question, I can email you. Yeah. Yes, but don't come with the spiciness.
So Bruna is, she took global development entrepreneurship with me, and she's currently taking an MBA's spicy statistics class. I'm glad that you mentioned the determinant. I like the question, but I meant to make a comment. I'm actually working on a research proposal about looking at the determinants of entrepreneurship in general, and specifically we're going to, under that research topic, we're going to look at the determinant of female entrepreneurship. So I'm glad that you're still here, so welcome to join me as we.
Yes, Kristen?
So in 7 years, when your company's doing really well and you decide you want to cash out and sell it, how are you going to come up with a value for your company?
What I would do, I have all lined up. I would do I forgot the name. No, it's projections. Sorry about that. I will do the projections. I'm planning to do maybe a 5% of projections and see how much we'll come up with. So this is my idea. Yes, Tom.
Bruna, so you talked about San Pedro and doing it here. Would you lease the area or would you lease the building that you would have your restaurant, or would you own it, and why would you decide?
That will depend of the people who would invest in my place. I would love to not have to pay for leasing. I would love to not have to worry about rent. But for now, I'm planning to pay for rent because I don't have anybody to invest in my pizzeria.
Maybe you could do it in Emil's basement.
Yes.
Is it going to be like a rodizio pizza?
Yes, rodizio. But for Americans, all you can eat. Brazilians is called rodizio, which means like alternate, like just going around. Yeah. It's like a churrascaria. Many people know about Brazilian churrascarias, which are steakhouses. Thank you very much.
Good morning, classmates, professors, and faculty. My name is Joe Valdez, a senior here at Marymount, California University. I'm here to present my Capstone business plan entitled California Food Services. And the reason why this business holds value to myself is because I do not agree with the current methods and regulations used in farming production today. Also, health is a major concern for me because I believe that it affects self-esteem, physical strength, and happiness, which everyone should have in life. Here we go. So here's the company overview. Let me tell you a little bit about my business, Mexifornia. It'll be a catering business offering healthier food alternatives, and our business plans to integrate the use of pure and organic products so that it could eventually become a norm in the catering industry. We plan to contract local farmers that will grow and maintain organic livestock and organic crops. And by contracting local farmers, it gives us the power to control and regulate where our livestock and produce come from. And this ensures top quality organic produce for all of our consumers. In the name, you can tell, it will be a business that will provide a variety of traditional Mexican and American dishes. And all these will feature all of our organic products and ingredients. Our company plans to have 12 employees on the business payroll, 3 chefs that will prepare and cook each meal, 5 servers that will actually serve the food to the customers, 2 accountants to balance and maintain all the business finances, 1 manager making sure everyone in the business is running, and 1 owner, which would be myself, to oversee the entire business. We will also provide a mobile catering food truck. So for example, if a corporate office or even a private party are having an event, say at a banquet hall or at a park, if there's no access to a kitchen, we will provide our mobile catering food truck for no extra cost and at the customer's convenience. Our break even for the first year of operation is expected to be a little over $351,000. And the research question that we plan to solve in this business plan is it viable to incorporate organic produce into the catering industry? And this research question will hopefully provide insight to our potential business to see if it is viable to actually incorporate this into the catering industry. So here's some background, some problems that arise when trying to start up a new organic catering company. The first problem is there's a fundamental disconnect between foreign policies and public health. This disconnect plays a major role in the legislative effort to demonstrate action that promotes healthy dietary choices through farming policies. Also, there's an increasing rate of obesity in the U.S. Currently, there's 1/3 of children and 2/3 of adults are currently obese or overweight in the U.S. And I believe this is an epidemic that must be addressed quickly by Congress because we can't have that. It's not healthy for our society, and we need to change our ways of eating. Also, there is health policies and legal issues involving mobile vending. These standards in mobile vending will help our business decrease violations concerning public safety. Also, there is a problem presented on the public perception on the value of the organic trait. How the public perceives this organic trait will dictate the longevity and dictate the longevity and the viability of the business itself. So here's my literature review. During this research, there are a number of peer-reviewed articles used to help strengthen my argument. I picked 3 of them that I believe really help solidify why my business should be successful and why should I incorporate organics into catering. The first is the essential role of food and farm policy in improving health. This article actually states that Congress has a chance to repair the disconnect between the federal agricultural policy and the promotion of healthy dietary choices. And by repairing these federal regulations, it will bridge the gap between unhealthy eating habits and unsustainable farming production. The second article is sustainable food consumption, an overview of contemporary issues and policies. This article actually explains how contemporary food production and consumption cannot be regarded as sustainable, and also how consumption and production of food is a major issue that impacts the environment, public health, social cohesion, and the economy. And all of these issues will be sure to raise problems with the actors that are involved in the actual food chain, and this will eventually affect production and farming. A third article is an analysis of public health policy and legal issues relevant to mobile vending. Here it states 2 key components of mobile food vending regulations. First one is health and sanitation. Second is regulation policies that vary among different cities, and each city has different rules and standards that must be met and to actually implement your business in that area. Mobile vending regulations include a number of standard requirements, such as food safety, permits, fees, vendor location, and traffic safety. These components of mobile vending will assist our catering business on staying within legal operations, and the mobile vending feature will intrigue many potential consumers because it's easy, convenient, and our food will be fresh. So Mexifornia conducted a methodology research, quantitative research design method. This design method is essentially used to prove or disprove a theory, and in this case, it helped me prove my theory that it is viable to incorporate organics into the catering industry. There were 30 participants that completed a 12-question survey. The survey was conducted at a local farmers market in Pasadena, California. The reason why it was conducted in the city is because this is our target audience, and this is where our business plans to operate. The purpose of this methodology is to sample the public's attitude towards organic foods, and by analyzing actual farmers market customers, it helped reveal the real candid opinions toward organic foods. So I picked a couple of questions from the actual survey to show results on the feedback that I got. The first question is, how often do you buy organic products? As you can see by the chart, all of the participants said that they at least purchase organic products once a month, and that was 20%, 6 out of 30. 33% of participants said they actually purchase organic products once a week, and almost half, 47%, said that they purchase organic food several times a week. The second example from the survey is, why do you choose organic products? And as you can see, a staggering amount of participants, 73%, said that they choose organic products solely based on the quality of the product. 7%, 2 out of 30, prefer the actual taste of the product, and 20%, 6 out of 30 participants said that they choose it for ethical reasons, such as mistreatment of livestock and things of that sort. So in conclusion, Mexifornia plans to reinvent the way food preparation and consumption is handled in the food service industry today. Mexifornia is socially aware of the current issues related to health complications, and our goal is to change the way organic food is perceived by the public. We believe promotion and advocacy of healthier alternatives is a cause towards the greater good and social good of the public's health and well-being. From the research that I conducted, there were really no catering businesses that offered the same features and benefits as our company, and I believe this gives Mexifornia the leverage among competition, and we could be the front runners in changing how normal food production and consumption is handled here in the United States. And we plan to stress the importance of health as a lifestyle and not just a trend. And this emphasis places Mexifornia in a strong market position, and it gives us the power to thrive and the food quality gives consumers the incentives to make health a lifestyle and not just a trend. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes.
Do you believe that the model that you described would work or port to other parts of the country, or is it something very specific to this area, since California, at least perception-wise, seems to be more health conscious than, say, Schenectady?
I believe it's more specific towards actually the nation as a whole, because as you can see, much of America is obese or overweight, and especially here in California, there are really no healthier food alternatives, in Southern California at least, and I believe it's viable to integrate this and to promote healthy lifestyles in this area.
Other questions? Talk about the financial aspect of this business for us, please. How will you get started in terms of funding? How many people? What sort of things will be on the menu?
Alright. Just repeat that one more time.
Would you please discuss the financial aspects of your business in terms of what it will take to get started, what your break-even point might be, how many people, what will be on the menu?
Our initial forms of starting up, plan to have actually personal and own finances, and second, I plan to get family and friends involved, possibly angel investors, some type of equity loans, hopefully, and actually our services, we plan to have obviously organic catering with the emphasis on health, and it's not just something for a person that wants to eat super healthy, just an alternative where you're getting the purest and finest ingredients. And that answers your question?
Yes, how many people are going to be working with you? How many trucks are you gonna have?
We'll have one mobile vending truck to start, and if that is a success, we possibly might expand to a few more. And start off, we're having about 12 employees, and
so 12 employees, is this just to work in the truck, or are you gonna have 12 employees?
well, this is just for the physical location, and
Okay, so you can have a physical location.
physical location and a mobile catering service also.
Okay. Other questions? Anyone? Eric?
You mentioned that one of the goals of your business is to promote healthy eating across the country, given the increase in obesity in America. Have you thought about perhaps publishing or even online doing a cookbook to have your recipes, and that way you can draw attention to what you're doing?
Actually, I have not, but that does sound like a good idea. But I actually do have family recipes that I plan on using, and I don't plan on giving those secrets. I probably won't have a cookbook. That's a good idea, though.
Other questions for Joel about Mexiphonia?
I have one little question.
All right.
Why that name?
Obviously this is California, but originally it was Mexico until, it took over our land. And plus I'm having American and Mexican food dishes in my company, so I incorporated both names into the business.
So, I am Chase Turing, and I did my Capstone project on wealth management, a deeper look into laws and regulations. Why I chose this topic. I chose this topic because I love finance. I thought it was amazing. I mean, you wake up every day, you walk into an office, and you never know what you're going to expect. Things are changing constantly, the fluctuations, and inevitable. So, looking at my question, are financial regulations and policies protecting clients and their investments? First of all, you need to think about, what do wealth advisors and wealth managers do? If I was walking into a wealth manager's or wealth advisor's office, I would present to them all of my information about my finances, my income, my taxes, do I own any assets. They want to know everything about you financially. and then they assess your risk, and you answer questions. After that, they either process the information and analyze it in-house or out to a third party and present to you options for which you can buy products and invest in. So, transparency. When you think about investing, you want to think about transparency. Transparency is the ability to have readily access data from a company for you to look at. You want to know if a company is cooking their books. You want to know, are they as profitable as they say they are? Because you don't want to invest in a company in which they don't have it, they aren't secure financially. There's no profit. You aren't making any money. It's a bottomless pit. Also, shadow banking and credit default swaps. Shadow banking is unregulated activities by regulated institutions. Examples could be hedge funds and unregistered derivatives. Also, credit default swaps. Credit default swaps is a transfer of credit exposure of a fixed income product. Also, they're also referred to as credit derivative contracts, where the purchaser of the swap makes the payments up until the maturity date of the contract. According to Zidane, in the United States alone, financial crimes cost more than all conventional and street crimes combined. So, deregulation. Deregulation has always been an issue, but it was brought back up in the 1990s in the Clinton's administration in 1999 when they passed a Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, which I'll talk about on the next slide. Deregulation primarily focuses in this scope at the federal level, looking at too big to fail institutions. They're all monitored, they're regulated and chartered by the federal government, so states have no control over any of it. Also, a huge problem that happens in your deregulation is the usage of investors' money as leverage for purchasing questionable commodities and debt in hopes of capitalizing on it. So, for my literature review, the Glass-Steagall Act was passed in 1999 and established the FDIC and also separated commercial and investment banking from working together. So banks couldn't sell investment products and investing services like they do now. An example would be Bank of America, how they merged with Merrill Lynch. The Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. It was originally passed and sought to, well, this is what happened. The Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act didn't exactly repeal the Glass-Steagall Act, but more tweaked it to the point where banks could invest with the commercial banks and investment banks together. And it also, yeah. So anyways, the Dodd-Frank Act in 2010. The Dodd-Frank Act was passed in the Obama administration to prevent any more too big to fail banks and too big to fail institutions from reoccurring again. Pretty much any huge financial institutions having too much power. Also, U.S. investors are the single largest group of international equity investors in the world. At the end of 2007, U.S. equity investment totaled $5.3 trillion. So, risk. Goes back to transparency and involves investing. How much risk are you willing to take? The amount of risk that you're willing to take pretty much goes back to identifying how much risk So, risk. Risk can be broken down into market risk and credit risk, and a few others. Market risk is the daily fluctuation of stock options that we see on a day-to-day basis. And credit risk can most easily be referred to as if you own a credit card. When you use a credit card, you're borrowing money, and then you're charged a flat, like an interest rate on that. Now, with different types of products that you can buy in investing, the interest rate could be higher or lower depending on the risk that you're willing to take. So the more risky of options mean you have the higher risk. I mean the higher percent interest rates. So you actually can make more money. But with the lower risk, when the investments with a lower risk mean you have lower interest rates. So you actually don't make as much money. There are no guarantees. The only guarantee would be a US federal bond. So the interest rates are extremely low but your money's guaranteed. So, my methodology section. My methodology section consisted of 6 participants. Yes, that is quite low. Now, the reason it is low is because I focus primarily on a certain group of people, investment and people involved in investing and wealth advisors. So it was a lot harder to actually get them to take my survey. Now, of my 5 open-ended questions, there are 4 listed below. And instead of writing out the whole question, I have focuses and themes of the survey itself. Number 1, defining an unstable economic environment. I was looking for I wanted to know what not just one person or what a textbook says, but what do individual people believe. Now, 3 of the themes were increased market volatility, risk, low employment levels, and a recessionary environment. Also, when handling the 2007-2008 financial crisis, what actions did you take? 1 of the 6 sold all of their investments. 5 of the 6 chose to wait out the recession and hold on to their investments. Okay, ideals and goals. What are you looking for when you're wanting to meet with a financial advisor? What are your goals? Income driven by real estate and a secure retirement plan. And lastly, in looking for a wealth manager, you seek out which of the following. The themes were low operational fees, good reputation, and quality referrals. And this was a close-ended question, and it was, have you ever been unsatisfied with your financial returns? 44% said yes, and 66% said, 44% said no, and 66% said yes. It's not a very shocking chart because most people are unsatisfied with their returns. And it goes back to how much risk are you willing to take and how much money you actually invest in. So, yes. And that's my capstone. Are there any questions? Yes, Eric.
What would you say is the most surprising aspect of your study that you found? What part of it did you not expect that you learned from?
Well, I knew that laws played a huge part in finance because laws pretty much, it's like a maze. The laws are pretty much the foundation of everything. What you can do and what you can't do, and laws that you break and laws that you can't, and laws that you choose to break. So all the aspects of the securities law really made a huge impact on me, and that's why I'm deciding to go to law school. So yeah.
Are you finding that the non-regulated financial sector is a greater source of risk and volatility right now, or are you finding the regulated and unregulated sectors merging more? That question makes sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I wouldn't know if they're combining, if they're conjoining or not, but I read an article saying that shadow banking was resurfacing highly in 2015, so it wouldn't surprise me if more unregulated activity is coming about.
So when people talk about deregulation in the 1990s, it's not just deregulation, it's fragmented regulation, right?
Yeah, and they actually say that what happened in 2008 stems from what happened in 1999.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see whether that is diverging or converging in the next
Yeah, and also something else to note, in the Dodd-Frank Act, there also imposed they pretty much set up tons of different sectors of finance, different groups that monitor different aspects. And one of them is predatory loan lending. So people just can't hand out loans anymore like they did before. They weren't doing credit checks, they weren't asking questions. People didn't even have jobs and they were giving those. So that's something else to take into consideration as well. Yes. Yeah.
2 questions. Do you have an opinion on whether or not the really big banks that are considered now to be too big to fail should be broken up? Like Chase, there have been a lot of articles lately saying that bank has just gotten too big and it's impossible to regulate and it needs to be broken back into.
I think it needs to be broken down in different sectors, but I don't think it needs to actually be completely taken apart.
So breaking it down again into commercial banking and investment banking.
But obviously they're more powerful together. And your second question?
My second question was, do you think that
Oh.
Glass-Steagall should be reinstated and commercial and investment banking should be separated again?
No, because you can make more money. Yeah.
For the satisfaction with returns, did you do correlation with age of that?
No, I did not.
You did?
I should have though. That's a good
Because
idea.
I think the more experience would be satisfied. I think the youth wouldn't know as much, wouldn't know what to expect, even though they see the number.
That's great. So, sweet. Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Cervantes, and my capstone presentation will focus on the Ports of Call redevelopment project and its effect on the San Pedro community. Ports of Call Village was built in 1963 with the theme of a New England fishing village. It thrived in the mid-1970s. It employed most of San Pedro's youth. It attracted local and outside tourism, and it was well known throughout the South Bay. It experienced a phase of transition in the mid to mid-1980s when San Pedro started seeing a large influx of Hispanics and working class residents moving into the area. And today, Ports of Call is mostly busy on the weekends, and it's mostly just the Hispanic population that hangs out in the area. It tends to be empty on the weekdays, which is why the LA Waterfront Alliance, which are two development companies and the Port of Los Angeles, are attempting to restore it to its former glory. One of my two research questions asked what potential socioeconomic effects will the project have on San Pedro, and my second question asked what are San Pedro residents' opinion regarding the redevelopment projects. My first article talked about the creation of Wilmington Waterfront Park and how titanium dioxide was integrated to the design to reduce pollution. Titanium dioxide reduces nitrogen oxide by 45% per 500 cars. And my second article talked about how the Port of Los Angeles actually emits over 30 tons of mononitrogen oxides per day and 1.8 tons of particle pollution. So as you can see, the two articles contradict each other because the amount of titanium dioxide that was integrated to the Wilmington Waterfront Park is not enough to make a difference. And my third article just talked about how environmental hazards should be a priority before anything else, like tourism or infrastructure. For my methodology section, I used a mixed methods approach. My qualitative portion was through two subjects. They were used for expert opinion, and I interviewed 50 residents of San Pedro for my quantitative section. 25 were long-term and 25 were short-term San Pedro residents, just to gain a broader perspective. So for my qualitative portion, I interviewed a port economist, my first subject, and a social anthropologist, my second subject. And like I said, 25 long-term, 25 short-term residents. My procedure was a qualitative, for my qualitative approach, I used an in-person interview. And mixed methods, it was vital to the proper execution of my project because when gathering the opinions of the community, it was the most feasible approach. And when gathering expert opinion, it was also the most feasible approach. For my qualitative results, subject number 1 said that it is necessary to attract outside tourism as this is money and profit for city growth. Large retailers, or the Port of Los Angeles is trying to focus on bringing in larger retailers to attract outside tourism, and there's currently speculation of a science discovery center being created with admission rates of about $35 a person. They're trying to focus on a smaller target market that makes a higher income, so they can charge higher prices and make higher profits. The Port is also saying that they do realize that other issues in San Pedro should be a priority, but because their funding is limited to only be used towards wharf-related activities, they can't put money into like infrastructure or crime rates, lowering crime rates. My second subject also stated that it's necessary to attract tourism because this is money for city growth. And he's saying that we should support local businesses and focus on what's already here. He was saying it's too expensive to start over and focus on another target market. It's higher of a risk to take. and it would be just another shopping center. There would be nothing special about it. There's already a big minority presence, so the community would, well, he's saying that the community will actually be happier and more content. Yeah, so to focus, he's saying to focus on a larger minority target at a lower income, at larger volumes, and at lower prices. He also mentioned that this would be less of a liability because people of lower incomes tend to focus less on environmental hazards versus people with higher incomes who tend to be more concerned about these issues. So for my quantitative results, 42% of my total participants opposed the Portugal redevelopment project. 52.7% stated that they prefer this money be used towards crime and safety regulation in San Pedro. 30.4% think the money should be used towards quality of streets and infrastructure, and 76% support outside tourism. 50% support mom and pop shops only, no big name retailers, and 30% oppose change to San Pedro. So clearly there's a miscommunication between the community and the port, because the community thinks that the port can use this money towards things like this, but the reality is that they can't. So one of the main questions asked in my report was asking residents of Western, Mid, and Eastern San Pedro. Western San Pedro is the area above Western Avenue. Mid San Pedro is between Western and Gaffey, and Eastern San Pedro is below Gaffey. So according to the U.S. Census, the household income levels tend to go from high to low. So some of the most significant results obtained in my study include the unusually large percentages that residents of Lower San Pedro show. As you can see, 34 and 33% of the Eastern San Pedro residents favored that the project brings in more money for the city and that it brings in more tourism. People of Western San Pedro tended to focus more on job creation more than anything else, and people of Mid San Pedro seemed relatively consistent throughout the board. So, what does the environment have to do with tourism? What do people think of San Pedro? Well, they think it's dirty, they think it's polluted, and it might be linked to cancer. There's immediate consequences of visiting San Pedro because they might be affected by these things, and it has sort of a bad reputation. So the reality is that the location of affected areas, if any, remains unspecified. No one's sure when, how, or what specific negative implications this may have, and there's little research to support this speculation. So until further research is conducted to prove that the area is actually contaminated, there is no evidence that suggests that it is. So from my research, I can conclude that it is safe to visit San Pedro from an environmental. For my conclusion, my quantitative data correlated directly with my qualitative data proposed by my second subject. So some recommendations that I can make are that San Pedro builds on what's already here, that there should be better marketing and advertising to put the area on the map, that the minority presence should be embraced and San Pedro should grow from that larger volumes of people at lower prices should be targeted, that it chooses to remain unique or different from the competition, and the community becomes informed of the limitations of the Port of Los Angeles. If they have any issues that they want to bring up, they should take it up to the city of LA. And small business loans should be implemented to help businesses stay open 7 days a week, which is a problem most people in my survey decided to point out. Some future implications of my study, this can be used towards tracking the Port of Los Angeles' environmental progress. It can be used for descriptive studies about Portugal history, and for participant-driven evaluations of the community. That is my presentation.
Wendy, did you have an internship with the Port of LA?
Yes, for 2 years.
And in what ways did that internship help you shape this topic or your interest in it?
Well, I had the resources. First of all, I had the access to the right people to talk to get the most accurate information for the study, and just being involved really piqued my interest.
And is this something you want to continue working on?
I'm not sure. It's really interesting, but I'm still exploring my options.
Eric? I think I've asked this of a few people. Can you tell me what part of doing this kind of research surprised you? Was it different from what you thought it was going to be before starting the Capstone?
It was pretty predictable for me. I expected the people of lower incomes to want more jobs and to want more money for the city, and I expected the people with higher incomes to not favor that so much. So I wasn't really surprised.
What about your experience with research itself? Did it surprise you, the process, or?
Yeah, it's because I actually conducted a survey for 50 people, and it was really hard to have people take the survey, so I was kind of hunting people down, but yeah. Any other questions?
Hi everybody, I'm Bo, and my capstone project was on Philly Bees, which I took an internship at the beginning of last semester. And it's Philly Bees and the South Bay, a marketing plan. My research question is which marketing tactics are effective for Philly Bees? And when I was looking deeper into the research question, I was identifying the target market and who the potential customers are. What is Philly Bees? Philly Bees is a restaurant. We serve pizza, salads, subs, pastas, and we recently added a new menu. And we have increased revenue over the past year, and we offer discounts for students, military, and longshoremen, and even San Pedro residents. And we've been featured in South Bay Weekly magazine and also San Pedro Today. And this small family-owned business has been open since October of 2013, and they have participation in First Thursday, and they've earned the South Bay's new new Small Business Award, and we've recently obtained a license for beer and wine sales. For my literature review, it was to increase brand awareness for small businesses and consumer awareness through local communities. And we've participated by having new menus in the Crown Plaza and all of the hotels around the San Pedro area. The next one was repurchase intentions for experiential marketing, and that's creating a valuable experience when the consumer goes into the restaurant, and it adds value to the product and to the service. The last one was street marketing and how the proximity and context drive and coupon redemption. And it's a tactic to how to market your coupon distribution and how to look at those results from when you receive your coupons and what areas that you need to improve on from where you're distributing the coupons in the local area. The main goal was to identify the target age group. Research shows that over 55% of Philly Bees customers were between the ages of 21 and 30 years old. And this is great results for the new promotion of beer and wine that's been added to the menu. And we want to expand that aspect to the whole community of the new addition to beer and wine. And so what I did for my research was I had 30 participants in storefront, which when I was working I handed out surveys. And I also conducted online surveys through Facebook. And from those results, it showed me that only 70% of San Pedro residents have not heard of Philly Bees. So that was the main goal, was to increase awareness within the community from where the restaurant is operating from. And from my results, we can see that the highest percentage were walk-ins from downtown San Pedro, which is 56% over half of them were walk-in, and the smallest was advertisements, which is 16%. And the positive results were that 93% of the customers enjoyed the experience, they had value to the product, and they enjoyed the return. So my recommendations were to display the ads for the new promotion of beer and wine outside the storefront, which you can currently see right in front of the store. And it's aimed to attract the younger age group to bring in more customers for promotion of our combos that we have with pizza or sandwiches and hot wings, including pitchers of beer or glasses of wine, whatever the customer prefers. In addition, the coupon collection allows the company to see where the coupons are being distributed from in the South Bay and where they're coming back to us. So the lower percentage of the coupons that are distributed in a certain area of San Pedro or the South Bay is needed to be reinforced in more coupons and more advertisement in that particular area. Overall, experiences are unforgettable, and overall experiences are unforgettable because they are internal, and product is visible and service is invisible. Thank you. Any questions?
Hey, Bob, so
Hello.
this was part of your internship.
Yes.
And so I'm always interested in this connection between the experience of working as an intern and then the deciding on your capstone project and how that kind of synergizes and how you felt, or whether you think the internship had an impact on what you chose for your capstone and whether the company that you did the internship with benefited from your capstone.
Yes, I actually recently from my boss, he wants to open new restaurants in Hawaii, and he wants to start in Hawaii. So after my graduation, he wants me to go out there and start a new business. So I really enjoyed dealing with the smaller mom and pop business within the community, because that brings connection between a small business and the community, and the participation that you can have as in fundraising, local high schools, and First Thursday events. And I think that I would like to take all those tactics and bring it back to me, bring it with me to Hawaii or wherever that he wants to open the next business. Yes.
So are you going to open the next store? Or are you going to focus on marketing?
I'm going to open it for him. It's still going to be kind of like a franchise, I guess I would say, but since he's mainly located here, I have the time to go somewhere else and help influence and bring more promotion of Philly Bees, because anyone that flies to Hawaii pretty much has to leave from LAX. So we want to show everyone that when you enjoy this New York style pizza in Hawaii, come visit our full restaurant in our Los Angeles locations in South Bay. Hey, David.
Will Bruna Folletta become a top?
Of course. Any other questions?
You mentioned that the restaurant is begun selling wine and beer. And as you think about promotion for your restaurant, are you segmenting that and dividing it between dine-in, carry-out, and delivery? So do you have different marketing focuses for those three aspects of the restaurant?
Yeah, on our coupons we offer free delivery, so that promotes the delivery. But my main aspect of the marketing was after my research, just the age group of people that just come into the restaurant. And I feel that a lot of people here that come on 6th Street on the weekends and whatnot, they're here at the bars, they're here, having a good time enjoying themselves. And the promotion of that, brings a word of mouth marketing, as in, I really had, I had a great slice of pizza, and they have a beer here. It's not like ordering from any like Papa John's or anything like that. You can't really have that experience, and you get that experience when you go into the restaurant. It's very comforting, and it's just, I think, overall a positive experience, and that's what really our community needs.
And would you then try to take that same sense of community to wherever you're going to open it?
Absolutely, because that was one of the main difficulties was looking as in Hawaii is very hard because it's very local and community. If you're not a local, they really don't want outsiders there. But if you can bring some participation like First Thursday into that community and changing it as in First Thursday once a month, donating a certain amount of money to the high school sports event, to church charities, or to whatnot, I think that draws in the community and will overall bring success.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Wow. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sasha Hacker, and I did my research project about the other galaxy. I did a marketing plan of how to develop them. Why did I choose this topic? First of all, I'm an international student. I'm from Germany, and growing up in Germany, the soccer is just different than it is in America. So I thought, why not developing the LA Galaxy, which is a brand over here in America, which is not many people are aware of. So I chose the Galaxy to develop them to make people aware that the Galaxy exists here in America and that there's actually a soccer team. So, and my outline is, my research question first of all is how to attract more people to watch their games and how to make people support them and not just sitting in the arena and watching the games. My literature review, I picked 3 important sources which affected my paper. The solutions, what can there be done to make the Galaxy better and more popular. My method, the method I choose to survey people, and finally my results. So the background of the problem. The LA Galaxy Arena fits 27,000 people, and the actually attendance is decreasing the past 3 years. It was in 2011, it was 23,000, and last season was only 20,000. So it's actually decreasing about 3,000 people in 3 years, which is actually a lot. So which means like soccer awareness is very important because people over here, as I said, they are not very interested in soccer. So that's the basic point. So if you don't mind me asking, how many people have never seen an LA Galaxy game? Please raise your hand. As you can see, it's almost everyone. And that's exactly why I choose this project, this paper. Also, unfortunately, there's a lot of competition with other sports. Especially in this area in Los Angeles, there is hockey, the Kings, and also the Ducks. There's baseball with the Angels and the Dodgers, and obviously basketball as well with the Clippers and the Los Angeles Lakers. So the competition is pretty hard for the Galaxy to stand out there as a brand. And also, in addition, there's not enough marketing for the LA Galaxy right now. To be honest, they're doing a better job now. As you can see on the highway, you see some billboards sometimes, the LA Galaxy, because the season just started, so they're trying to pick it up. Also with social media, they're representing the LA Galaxy, posting pictures, trying to be active, trying to get more people to like the page and actually to make the LA Galaxy more popular. Another thing is the atmosphere. If you go to Europe or Germany to watch a soccer game, people are enthusiastic. They're actually like screaming, they're yelling, they're supporting their team. Over here, unfortunately, people in the Suburb Center in Carson for the LA Galaxy, they're just sitting there, try and clap sometimes, but actually they're not cheering, because that's why atmosphere is such an important thing to soccer games, because it's like an event. It's not just something you go to and enjoy. People are actually like enthusiastic. They go crazy and they're supporting their teams, and that's what makes the event actually fun. Another issue is traffic. Unfortunately, over here traffic is it's bad. And that's what makes people rather watch some games in front of the TV instead of going to the event. And parking at the venue is another issue, because I actually went to the last game on Sunday, and before I bought the ticket, I heard people complaining about parking, and yeah, it's just a bad thing, because parking, you wait 20 to 30 people just to get on the venue, and then you park somewhere where you have to walk like 10 minutes to get to the venue. So it takes you sometimes 45 minutes just to park your car and go to the event, which is too much. And the popularity, as I said, the LA Galaxy, they're not the most popular brand when it comes to sports in Los Angeles, so this is a problem. My literature review, I picked 3 sources which I thought the most important to my paper. The first one is Mrs. Coulter. She's an American journalist, and the reason why I liked her article was because she's straightforward, she's straight to the point, and she said in soccer there are no heroes. Soccer is a sport for softies, and that's a stereotype, and I kind of got offended with that, but I also liked the article. And the second one was from Mrs. Coates. She talks about the salary cap in the Major League Soccer, because each team can only spend a specific amount of money for each season, which is important because they can't get all these great players from Europe, for example, so they can't just get, a couple years ago they got David Beckham, which was a boom for soccer over here. and they basically need more of those transfers, but unfortunately it's not possible right now because there's a salary cap. So in order to recruit more quality players from Europe, you need to hire or actually like cut the salary cap like it is in Europe. And the last article is from Mr. Parker. And before I started this research project, there was another team which called Chivas. It's another soccer team in Los Angeles, but they don't exist anymore. So there's more opportunities for the LA Galaxy to attract more people since the Chivas, they don't exist anymore. So my key points are that there's actually an increase in not only of Hispanic population, but also in the general population in Southern California. It's steadily increasing, which could lead to more people come to the games. Also, it's necessary to increase the brand awareness and brand recognition. And what can there be done in order to do so is to, for example, increase the interaction between athletes and fans. For example, do some practices, invite fans, invite kids, get like an interaction with their parents, their kids, those players, they're heroes in kids' eyes. So if you interact with them, the kids, they want to go to their games, so the parents have to go as well, obviously, and that could lead to more attendance. And also building a culture of fans to support the team is vital, because if you create an atmosphere and if you like the event, if you enjoy it actually, because people are enthusiastic, they're supporting their team, you rather more likely go to another game instead of if it's in a boring event and you just sit there and you're bored, so you rather don't go one more time. So student involvement, as you can see, many of you haven't even watched one single game in your lifetime, and that's disappointing to me. But that's why we have to work on that. Just get people out there to schools, to universities, to make the LA Galaxy popular, to get more student involvement in there, get some coupons, maybe they get 2-3 hot dogs or a drink or so for free. So there's some solutions to do so. Talking about solutions, so there's an increase of population, so that's a good point to start with, because if there's an increase in population, there's more opportunity, so you can attract more people. Better marketing, as I said, they're doing a better job right now through social media and, as I said, the billboards on the highway. So they're working on that to get people aware of the brand LA Galaxy. And also another issue is the improvement of the overall customer satisfaction. If you go to the venue and buy a drink and a hot dog, you end up with like $15, $18, which is kind of expensive. Back in Europe, you go to an event, you pay for a drink like $2-3, so like a hot dog is $2-3. So everything is like cheap, which makes people happy. So you get like another environment. And also better event planning in order to avoid traffic, so people are not stuck in traffic, they're not already mad because of traffic before they go to the event. So I did a quantitative research. I asked 30 people through SurveyMonkey online. I didn't ask my soccer team, don't worry about it. I did not, I said. So I ended up having 18 male and 12 female. I asked them 12 questions about their ethnicity, about soccer, what team they like, and the ages range between 18 and 45. And I observed the LA Galaxy's popularity, and my results are that there's potential for growth, because people, they're not aware of the LA Galaxy. They know about soccer and they like soccer, but when it comes to the team, and they're not supporting the LA Galaxy. So my results are, when I asked those 30 people if they're interested in soccer, 18 said yes. And I also asked another question, what's your favorite sport? So 40% said soccer. So people actually, they like soccer. But the interesting thing is, when I asked them, what's your favorite sports team in Los Angeles, only 5 people said LA Galaxy. So as you can see, the gap between liking soccer and liking the LA Galaxy over here is big. And the reason why I chose this project is to decrease that gap, because soccer is obviously not the sport #1 in America, but I hope it will increase the popularity and people are aware of soccer and they're more likely come to watch the LA Galaxy games. So I want to invite you all to come and watch the LA Galaxy games and support them for the next home game. Those are my references. Thank you very much. Any questions? Oh yeah, right.
So I'm just this goes back to the point that you were just making. Like in Palos Verdes, all the kids play soccer. So I don't understand why everyone plays soccer, but then there are no soccer fans.
Yeah,
How do they not
it's
start watching
different
soccer?
generations, I would say. Younger kids, they like to play soccer. It's getting more popular, but their parents, they're not into soccer at all. So they rather watch a football game, watch a baseball game, but they don't want to take their kids to an LA Galaxy game. So there's obviously there's a gap between like kids that actually like it, but their parents they don't. So it's kind of tough to get those parents to come and watch the games.
And then, just out of curiosity, what happened to Chivas? Because it seems like with all the Hispanics, they would have an interest in rooting for that team. Why did that team not make it in LA?
Yeah, the Chivas, they don't exist anymore. I don't know exactly the reason why. It's because of financials. That's all I know, but I can get into that in more detail and let you know. But it's because of financials. That was my research.
Is the coach still German? LA Galaxy?
No, that's
Or was that the national?
Bruce Arena. He's American, but the national coach is
The national
from Germany.
coach.
That's why they were so good doing
So in 1994, when the MLS launched, they launched on the tail of the 1994 World Cup.
Yeah.
To drive some interest in the sport. With the most recent World Cup, did you see a spike in interest in soccer?
Yeah, the interest is definitely decreasing, but when it comes to World Cups, America's they're supporting their team only during the World Cup. So between every World Cup, there's only 4 years, if you don't know. So during that period of time where there's no World Cup, people don't actually care. And last year, or the last World Cup in 2014, the first time I saw actually people having an event of watching America play, basically. So I think it's definitely increasing, but it's slowly increasing. When David Beckham came to America, for example, there was a huge boom, but he's not here anymore, so it kind of decreased. And the goal is to keep it up and make it even more popular, and maybe reach basketball or football at one point in like 100 years or so.
You got another question?
Yes, John. One after the other.
You're the suckers.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you mentioned something fairly complex, this salary cap. Now, as you know, I played in the NSL, which had the same problem when they brought Pele in. I played for a team in Boston. When Boston played New York, we sold out. When Boston played Minnesota, nobody came. And they lost the equity in teams. Do you see the elimination of salary cap as doing the same mistake NASL made?
That's a good question. But I think it's necessary in order to keep up the quality of the Major League Soccer to transfer, to get all these quality players from Europe to get to the MLS. So in order to do so, unfortunately, if you want quality, sometimes you have to pay more. So if you want to get those players from Europe, you have to pay more. So the salary cap could not exist anymore. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, and one of the logic in the NSL was that people won't come see old retired European players, and they wanted American players. That didn't work either. So it's still.
You need to get those players who are not about to retire.
Yes,
that's the point.
which cost them more money.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's the point. Sorry.
So the football, as some people call it, is a sport that, as Kristen pointed out, is very popular at certain age levels. It's obviously a draw for colleges and universities and at the high school and middle school level. So at some point in the future, one would predict that as the population ages and they become earning adults who have money to spend on things like this, so will increase the popularity of the sport. Did you find any research that predicted when that apex would occur?
I actually did find some research, because most of the high school kids, there was a survey about popularity about soccer for the high school kids, which was, let me see, last one, Tokuyama was Sakatomo. They did a research or a survey about those high school kids and about soccer as well, and they found out that the popularity of soccer is actually increasing, but only when it comes to high school sports. When it comes to the other galaxy or the professional soccer, I couldn't find the research for that one. So there's a gap, as I said, between also high school kids and also actually going to the event and supporting the team.
But the outlook does.
It does look positive, but yeah, you never know, because when David Beckham came here a couple years ago, everyone thought soccer is going to be the big thing over here soon, but it kind of slowed down after like a couple of months, I would say, or a year. So now it's basically slowly going up, but then it's going down a little bit. So yeah, there's definitely much work to do in order to get soccer more popular. Yes, one more question.
So how about the physical aspects of the game itself? Like here, the MLS fields usually play on like American football size fields, which are kind of small and no one could use in Europe, but there's still the FIFA regulations. But is there something about that perhaps that makes it kind of like almost a developmental league rather than a professional league? You think?
No, I think the only difference between the arenas from America and Europe is the size. Over here, because soccer is not that popular, so it doesn't make sense to build an arena which can fit like 60,000 people. Back in Europe, there are arenas which can fit like 100,000 people, and they're packed every game. So obviously, there's a totally different atmosphere, and yeah, that's the only issue. But over here, the arenas, like they only have a soccer field. So for the Galaxy, for example, at the Stockholm Center, there's no track field, there's no football field, so I don't see that as an issue when it comes to atmosphere.
So you mentioned David Beckham coming a few years ago. In your humble opinion, who now do you think the Galaxy could bring in that would maybe do the same thing?
And they actually bought someone already.
Lucas Silva.
No, they bought Steven Gerrard. I don't know if you're familiar with it. He's one of the best soccer players in England, and he's coming after this season, after the Premier League season, which is over in May, and he's going to join the MLS afterwards. So he's going to be the next David Beckham, for example, because they bought him a couple months ago, and he's a idol and a great soccer player. So yeah, they expect a lot from him, not only from his merchandise aspect, but also from his quality on the field.
Sasha, I have a question. The literature review, you said that the ladies, the journalist said that does exist heroes.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I actually don't agree with that, because some games they're close, sometimes it's a 2-2. If you score the winning goal in the last minute, you win 3-2, you are a hero.
Yeah, it's exactly what I think, so this is
Yeah, but she means like for every play. In basketball, there's like, you have a 3-pointer, so he's going to be the hero for now. And in football, the one who scores a touchdown, so she compares like the American sports with soccer, so and the differences with rules as well. Because many soccer games end with like 0-0, which is kind of boring for people. So yeah, she compares that with soccer.
Okay, so thank you guys for coming. My name is Anthony Vargas, and the Capstone project is on social media marketing. So before I start, a little bit about myself. For a little under 2 years now, I've been working as the intern for marketing at a healthcare company based out in San Diego. So it is here where I learned that how to effectively use social media as a marketing tool. And these would be like, for example, Instagram, how to create a theme that looks cohesive, and how to effectively use hashtags and not just put like random words, and how to tag yourself and tag other people strategically. So, social media today. So people and consumers alike are obsessed with computers, cell phones, the internet, and tablets. And this is because we can connect with each other online while we're not actually like meeting each other. And so we are all familiar with Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and even LinkedIn. And these are ways that we can share, comment, like, and basically get to look at other people's pictures and feel that we are with our friends even when we're not. So my thought is, since these apps have captured our attention for so long, businesses should find a way to implement a way to expand to the technological market. And these could be even in apps like Yelp and Foursquare. And if you guys aren't familiar with this, these are both apps that help you find nearby restaurants, and you can review and comment. And as you guys know, if you guys don't like a restaurant or you see a bad restaurant, you will hear about it because people will come. That is horrible. And this is a good way to figure out consumer-based marketing. So this leads me to my research question, which is, should social media be implemented in small businesses as a marketing tool? And my argument is yes, that it should, because newer generations are focused more on online content rather than physical, and physicals being your billboards, your handouts, flyers, anything that can be mailed to you. And so this is also good for the business because it'll cut costs, because most small businesses don't have the financial capital to put the money to run a huge marketing campaign. So with the creation of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, you don't have to spend any money, and you just have to get your name out there, and you only pay for the promoted posts, which are, if you guys have a social media, those are the posts that say promoted at the top, and which everybody usually scrolls past. But it's a good way to get your name out there. And so a good way to get your foot in the door would be to create those social networking sites, which brings me to my first article in my literature review, which Boyd and Nelson talk about the creation of the social network. So for the first thing, you would need to create the social media outlet that reflects your business most, and then you would need to create the second. So second would be adding or following people that share your same interests. For example, a food company would not follow a construction site because you guys don't have similar interests, so it wouldn't further your company or like get more people going. And then this brings me to my third point, which is look for areas in which you can grow. And then to put this into perspective, it's like going to a business conference where you can meet people with similar interests and then look for potential business partners. And then to go on, another quote from my literature review states that technology will continue to be a big role in the organization. This means that looking forward, social media can easily be implemented into social media or a marketing strategy. And with this, consumers will grow with their customers by means of commenting and interacting with them online. And lastly, the emergence of new media has led to paradigm shift in companies' marketing practices. So this changes the traditional product-driven marketing strategy to a consumer-driven approach. And this is what I talked about when people just comment if they like it or ask the company questions online, and then the company will respond, and you get to see their positive or negative reviews based on that. And then so to see if this was a feasible project, I took my studies online. I conducted a quantitative study through SurveyMonkey, and I had 20 participants who were all related to small business. So my first question is, do you use a cell phone, laptop, internet regularly? So 95% of the people said yes, 3% said on occasion, and 2% were kind of lost and didn't know how. So that question was good for me to know because it gave me an idea of how well connected my audience was. And then so for the second question was, do you use social media websites or apps? So 90% again said yes, 8% said on occasion, and 2% said no. And those are the same long stories. And then so for my last one, which was my most interesting question to me, was does social media have a place in business? So 72% said yes, 11 no, and then 17 maybe. And my thought was probably because social media is new to the business world, and a lot of people kind of look at social media as like it's a good way to waste time while being at work, but you can actually earn a lot of customers from online. And hopefully businesses will continue to use this and implement it in their marketing strategy. And these are my references. Thank you guys. Any questions?
So, as being part of the Career Center, we get a lot of employers that post jobs or inquire about getting students in internships and jobs. And the biggest request is social media marketing, clearly, by far.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to know, you did an internship in social media marketing, what the learning curve for you was. Because I think small businesses and business in general underestimate the learning curve from using these tools at a social level to using them as a business and professional level. Could you tell me about the learning curve for you to move it from a personal social level to a professional level for a corporation?
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of like bigger businesses are kind of have that down, and like small businesses are kind of in the transition of knowing when to use it or how to use it for businesses. So where I worked, it was kind of in corporate America, so I was trained to use it in a certain way. But I think if you just have the proper training, you just have to know that when you create the social media site, it is your reflection of the company, and you need to go off of what they are and don't post random things, non-related things. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you give examples of tasks that you were responsible for during the internship?
Yeah, so we had it was called healthyroads.com, and it was kind of a blog, so I had to respond to some of those people, and then we also had an Instagram, so one of the ways we would get people interested or like involved would be the community like challenges. So we would have like a water week where you had to submit a picture of you drinking water or doing an activity, and then this would just use a certain hashtag, and then that would get people interested in getting involved with the company.
Was your concentration marketing?
No.
Interesting. Alright. But you did take marketing 350.
Yeah.
So, as you think back on what you learned and what was taught in the classroom, what percentage of that course would you say should be devoted to subject areas like marketing analytics or social media marketing?
I definitely think it was like rested on, like just because it's so new, and I think a lot of the professors think that we know how to use social media effectively just because we all have those mediums. But I think in a business sense, it needs to be like taught a little more, just because people aren't very professional at looking like from. If I was a company and I looked at certain people's social media, it's obviously not professional. You can tell that. So I think we need to figure out a way to be more reserved, and that's one of the big things for business social media.
To bounce off what John and Eric were talking about, if a small business has a much smaller budget for what they can afford as far as advertising, how much would it be to hire someone like you to step in and help them strategically implement these social media marketing into their business?
Are you trying to hire me? I guess it just depends on the amount of experience you have. Basically, they're paid kind of just above minimum wage, just because it's new and people don't really know how to gauge it. Mostly, based on the company, like you'll already have a marketing team, so they would have that training just to already know how to use social media, I guess. I hope that answers your question. Oh, sorry.
So if a company uses traditional marketing methods, whatever those may be, and then migrates to incorporating more social media, how do you measure the effectiveness? In other words, how do you know that you're getting the same return for your investment, whether it be time or dollars?
Okay, so based on whichever social media that you choose, they have ways that, so for Twitter, for example, they have business Twitter, and they give you feedback on the amount of clicks that you get and the amount of visitors that come to your profile, so you can gauge that way. But as far as it is conducive to use it just because it's so cheap. Yeah, so hopefully that answers your question.
Do you think that eventually traditional methods of marketing would be just gone and social media would be kind of like a big player? Because I know there's a lot of companies with older people working.
I don't think, so I think billboards will always be a thing in commercials, but as far as like mailings go or the coupons, I think that should be thrown out. It's just kind of like a filler to me. But I definitely think that social media will play a bigger role in the coming years.
Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Hernandez, and my capstone is Vacating for the Better, Redeveloping Banning. Banning Boulevard is in Wilmington. It's between the streets of C and D. It's close to the port of Los Angeles, and a lot of the businesses in the area are trucking, equipment, or mechanical related. Banning is just a dirt road. There's huge potholes from one end to the other. It has no lighting of its own, and it's been neglected for several decades by the city of Los Angeles. There's a lot of illegal dumping, parking, and other activities that go on there, and this interferes with the daily operations of the surrounding and bordering businesses of Banning. And so to get rid of these nuisances would mean to reduce crime, it would help the environment, and would give the area a chance to be cleaned up. And this could draw in more business to the area. And this is what led me to ask. Would vacating a 300 block of Banning be an acceptable alternative to reducing neighborhood blight? I asked this question because I want to know if this is a probable solution. I need to know if it's supported by the bordering property owners, who are important because part of the application is a petition, and this petition has to be signed by these bordering property owners that say that they agree and will not contest the vacating application. And this has to be submitted to the City of Los Angeles City Council, and they are the ones who are in charge of approving or denying the application. So I did some research to see if that helped to go about this. So first you could say that the city is aware of what drags the neighborhood down. A property that is unkept and has a large accumulation of garbage, you can see it's ugly. It's unattractive, and unattractive properties draw in unattractive activities. And that's the case with Banning. So local governments have made a connection between the neglected properties and neighborhood blight. Hirokawa and Gonzalez, they had conducted a study in Japan. And the study in their study, they had found that there's these hazardous wastes and toxins that are coming off of this discarded junk. And this seeps into the soil. And then when it rains, the contaminants are swept into the storm drain, and that leads to the ocean. And that's contaminating our ocean. And so this brings up environmental concerns. So I continued to research and I came across a program. And I'm aware that there are other possible solutions that could rid the neighborhood of, things that prevent progress. And so I did some research and I came across this program, and it was conducted in New Hampshire, some small cities, and it's pay as you throw. And the outcome was great because it showed that that program could lower the overall cost of disposal for a municipality. And that's wonderful, that's a great thing. However, the study did not include any of the startup costs or operating expenses. And so it could easily be said that these savings, that the cost could outweigh these savings. So we're not sure if it would really even be worth it. So I continued some research, and I came across a study done by some sustainability students from USC, and it was conducted on these alleyways throughout Los Angeles. And what they came up with is that they said that that residents are aware of what kind of activities and things that go on in their alley. And many of the residents consider alleys dangerous and welcome improvement. So I kept this in mind when I started collecting my data. I went through, my method was qualitative. I used 7 open-ended questions. I attempted 9 interviews, and only 5 were successful. People aren't as welcoming and friendly as you would have thought. I got 2 owners that did their properties do border Banning Boulevard. 3 were tenants, and these tenants or businesses occupied the cross streets, but they were very close. So these were the results that I got. According to the participants, the trash dumping and tire dumping is the biggest issue. There's always a tire on Banning. You'll never not see a tire dumped on Banning. There's the parking is a huge issue, where many of the businesses that are located on Banning are trucking companies. And what will happen is that if they have a large volume, they'll begin to use the Banning as a staging area. So they will just park there, and it becomes a parking lot. And it interferes with the other businesses along Banning. The dirt and the dust is an issue, especially in the dry days. And there are oil changes and crime. So I broke this down into 3 themes. And it was benefits to expanding the property. And the responses were that there's an increase in space, it would increase revenue, and 1 answered no, and that they don't believe in it. And then the other just said it didn't apply to them because of where they were located. Everyone had issues with Banning. No one not had an issue with Banning. The dirt, the tire and trash dumping, and the illegal parking. But the most important was, the last question that I asked is, would you sign the vacating petition? Now, everyone answered as if their property would have been affected, whether they were tenants or property owners, and I did not expect that. But the majority did say yes. They all saw the benefit in expansion, and they all have issues with Banning that, does sometimes affect their business. 1 had said that it didn't apply to them, and the other just said no. The economy is not stable enough, I believe. So this is what I concluded. That vacating is a possible solution, not so much a probable one. I will need additional support from the actual property owners that border Banning, and that this could be used with other residents or businesses that may not have thought of vacating as a solution, and this might persuade them otherwise to at least consider it. Are there any questions?
Why did you choose this topic?
That's a good question. I'm going to say that during the presentation. My family owns one of the businesses that border Banning, and we have a lot of the issues that go along with it. So this is something, so instead of just trying to find a program, vacating is a possibility that not only would benefit our property and the other properties by expanding it, but we also get rid of all the issues that go there, because it will no longer be a public issue, it will be a private. Any other questions?
I don't know much about vacating. Could you just explain the procedures? You mentioned the petition and then what?
Oh, okay, the baking application is, I think it's about 15 pages or so. And on it, you just state your reasons why, and what it is that you're asking to get back the property that was once private that the city took. So it'll go back to whoever had the underlying fee interest, I guess it was originally their title, and if not, then you have to purchase the property from the city.
So did the city, they took the property with eminent domain or something? And
Something like yeah, because Banning is a street and it's it goes almost throughout all of Wilmington, but many of the sections are all vacated, like from Anaheim and on. There's like, I think we only have I think there's only like two sections or tracks of Banning that are left on from Anaheim to Harry Bridges at the moment. Any other questions? Yes.
I have a question, comment. My comment is you may be interested in a course we're offering this summer called CD 575
I already know.
Development and which meets May 18th. If you're interested. That's the comment. The question is, what most prepared you for taking on this kind of work as you look back on the curriculum, the courses you took? What courses would you identify as the key ones to help you build toward your capstone?
Principles of management helped. My mom helped. A lot of it was personal experiences, but I think when it came down to breaking it down, I think it was just everything. I can't pinpoint anything at the moment. But I can email you.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions? No, that's it. Thank you.
Alright, hello and good afternoon. My name is Elisa Taberti. I am doing my capstone presentation on the startup business plan, and this business is Sin City Saloon. So a lot of people, when I tell them that it's been my dream for years to own my own bar, they look at me and they're like, why in the world do you, out of all people, want to own a bar? Which is a very valid question, because I do not look like one that would want to own a bar. But my answer is that I was actually born and raised in Las Vegas, and even before that, when my grandfather came to Las Vegas, there was only 2 hotels there. So our whole family, my dad's the youngest of 6, and all of my family members have kind of been in the hospitality bar industry, and so it's just something that I really grew to love. And especially since my grandpa came so long ago, I grew up with like the vintage feel. So I grew up with the Frank Sinatra Las Vegas and the Bugsy Siegel and all of the sort of Rat Pack atmosphere, which is where I got the idea for Sin City Saloon. So who are we? We are a saloon that is located in the Summerlin area of Las Vegas, Nevada. Now the Summerlin area is very new to Las Vegas. A lot of newlyweds are coming there, a lot of people who are just graduating are coming there and living, and they are just kind of placing themselves there. And so I thought that'd be a really good area to start this saloon, so we can have kind of the younger people come to it and then regular it. And so we are aimed for the Las Vegas locals, because the locals don't really have a lot of areas to go to get the fun atmosphere that you get on the strip off of the strip. And a lot of people don't want to go on the strip because it's busy, it's overpriced. A drink is like $20, a meal is $40, for McDonald's is like $15. I mean, it's crazy. And so we don't want to go there to get the entertainment because we don't want to pay for it. So if I can bring that entertainment sort of to Summerlin and to the locals, I think it'd be really impactful. Now, where I was going earlier with like the Bugsy Siegel Rat Pack feel, a lot of the newer people in Summerlin kind of only know Las Vegas how it is right now with the lights and the flashy and the everything new, the DJs. Where that's not where Las Vegas came from. It came from Bugsy Siegel and the like Frankie Valley type of people. So I want to have that atmosphere. So I'm going to offer like the gin drinks and kind of just the old vintage feel. So our mission is to provide affordable food and drink for the Las Vegas locals with a fun atmosphere off of the strip. And our vision, we see ourselves in 5 years or so with 2 more locations placed elsewhere in Las Vegas so the locals can get that same atmosphere and still not have to drive even farther than the strip to our original location but with those new locations, we want to offer the same prices and the same food and the same atmosphere. So our offers. So first of all, we're going to offer a place for locals to come and be off of the strip, but still have the same quality drinks that you get on the strip, but for a lower price. So for, like, let's say we're going to offer like the classic vintage martini drinks as well as the classic like gin drinks that they had back in the Rat Pack time. On the strip it would be like $20. We're going to offer it for about $7. So you're getting a lot cheaper price, but just as quality. Also, we're going to offer the atmosphere. So with the atmosphere, we're going to have all of our servers and employees dressed up in the kind of bow tie, the black and white vintage feel, as well as like the girls with the poofy hair and the fun dresses and all of that sort of things. We're going to offer music instead of like the bumping music that you get everywhere else. We're going to have like the Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons and the Frank Sinatra playing, so it's kind of a classier establishment. Again, with the music, we're going to offer live music from the locals. So we're going to have the locals come in and kind of be able to get their name out with whatever band or any kind of music they want to play, as long as it's the same kind of feel. And so we're going to play with like the locals with that. We're also going to have a discount card. So what that's going to be is like a plastic little card, and so every time you come in, you'll be able to rack up points. So say for every $10 you get 1 point, and for every like 100 points you're going to get a free appetizer. And we're also going to have a full menu offered 24/7, and we're going to be open 24/7, so you can come whenever you would like. So our competitors. So Timbers and the Lucky Bar. Just for a heads up, I got all of this from Yelp, and I've also been to both of these places. So this is my opinion as well as people from Yelp. So Timbers is a locals bar, kind of the same thing that's found around town. So they offer a couple of really good things, like they have a lot of locations, so you don't have to drive far to go there. It's going to be open 24 hours. They have coupons for cheaper prices, and the food is pretty good and a good environment. But their flaws is that they are overpriced. There's a really bad smoky atmosphere in there, so you almost don't even want to stay there. And there's ways to go about that. Proper ventilation, like it's common sense, but they don't seem to do that. And then the Lucky Bar, that is located in the Red Rock Casino, which is in Summerlin as well, so it's in the same exact area. And they have some good offers. They have happy hour, discounted food and drinks, a fun atmosphere. It's located in the casino, so that's a draw. But their flaws is that they have poor service. They brought food out at weird times, so say you're with a group of 5, they'd bring one person's food and 5 minutes later someone else's food, and if you're going out with your friends, you don't want to have to eat in front of them when they don't have their food, and it's just poor timing. So that would be our 2 major competitors in the area. So for our team, we're going to have one owner, which is me, and then we're going to have 3 different managers. We're going to have a bar manager, a kitchen manager, and a restaurant manager. And that might seem a bit much, but actually, in my experience from working in a bar in Las Vegas, I've noticed that that works very well, because you have the people taking care of like their particular area. So the bar people is taking care of the bar, and the restaurant people are taking care of the restaurant, and you don't have to mesh and leave out somebody or leave out a customer. And then also with the 3, we can make sure we have someone full-time on staff at all times. So even at the midnight shift, there will be a manager available. So if there's a problem, they can take care of it. And then for our part-time staff, we have 14 to take care of the 24 hours. And that would include the bartenders, servers, hostess, and kitchen staff. So our target market. A majority of our target market is going to be the, like I said earlier, newlyweds, recently graduated, who are just moving to Summerlin. So that would be like the 21 to 30 age range, and then followed by 31 to 41. And then we expect a smaller chunk of 41 just because of the original Vegas theme. We think that will draw people in, but that area isn't really populated with anyone much older than that. And so our marketing. For marketing, we plan on having one person do a mock-up coupons, advertisements, and all sorts of stuff like that, and kind of just put it on a computer that is in the manager's office. And then we'll have the managers actually go and put those coupons on social networks, so like Facebook and Instagram and Twitter when they feel is necessary. And so that will cut a lot of marketing costs down. And with the younger target, we think social media will be a really good way to attract them. And then going beyond that, Las Vegas Weekly is a free magazine that's sent out to the certain parts of Las Vegas. So they have one specifically for Summerlin, and you can advertise in there for free, and it's sent out once a week. So we're going to take advantage of that and advertise in that as well. And so the risks. So basically, will there be a demand? Since it is Las Vegas and there is a strip, will people be like, I'd rather go to the strip? We are not 100% sure. Will there be a regular following? With the theme, will people like that and want to come back? Will we be able to keep up with our bills? Finances, did I calculate the finances correctly? And competition, we'll be able to keep up with the competition like the Timbers and the Red Rock, which is right across the street. And will our location be promising? Since they are such a younger crowd, will they even want to come and spend their money? And our startup costs. So for year one, it's about $152,000. That includes payroll, the construction, liquor, our licenses, and legal fees. And then year two, it's going to be cheaper because for Las Vegas specifically, there's going to be a gaming fee, which we don't have anywhere else. And then our liquor license, those only have to be renewed every 3 years. So we won't be looking at that in year two. And then also construction and certain costs like that for year one will be cut out. So with that being said, we plan on breaking even in year two. These numbers are just kind of guesstimations. I've talked to some of my family members about their bars and how much they got in their first year, and second year, and third year, so that's where those numbers come from. And so with that being said, we plan on breaking even in year two. And where we want to go. So like I said earlier, we plan on having more locations throughout the 5 years. So the first location we plan on having in year 3, and that's going to be in Henderson, Nevada, which is just right outside, 5 minutes outside of Las Vegas. And that's a pretty booming area. Recently there's been a lot of new bars and stuff like that put in there, and they're pretty successful. So we hope we can kind of keep up with that and have a new location there. And then in year 5, we plan on going into Spring Valley, which is kind of an older and settled part of Las Vegas. But if it goes well, we hope that since those people have been in Vegas for so long, they'll understand like the theme and want to frequent there as well. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Of course, I've never been to Vegas or Thanksgiving, but what I hear is that, well, the few times that I was in Vegas, if I didn't stay on the strip, I stayed outside, off the strip, the problem was transportation. And so have you considered that in terms of if people just want to leave the strip to come to your bar, or just...
Since I'm mainly focusing it towards locals because there's so many people always on the strip and they're all like, woo, Vegas, and like want to get way more rowdy than any of the locals. So a lot of the locals have cars to get to and from work. It's kind of a small place, so most people have cars. And for the people, if they did hear about it from the strip, I mean, I would just have them take a taxi mostly, since it's not really for people and tourists. So that's not really going to be an issue if it's just for the locals. Yes.
Lisa, nice job, by the way. So it's good. I like the graphics because it kind of gives you some good branding. But no, I mean just the branding and the colors. I didn't hear anything about gambling or entertainment. Are you strictly just going to be a restaurant bar?
For entertainment, I mentioned the live music on the weekends.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. So that is going to be, at least for starting out, we're going to have that. And then for gaming, it's not, in the cost I did put a couple slots, like 3 or 4. That's not going to be our huge draw because
But you will offer games.
We will offer it, yeah, and I put that in the startup cost, but that's not going to be our main focus. The main focus is the theme. Yes.
Atmosphere seems to be a real important ingredient here. Have you thought about the actual facility, how it will look? Will it be in a strip mall? Will it be standalone? And the cost associated with where it actually is?
Right. So I did look at a couple different places that were actually for rent in Las Vegas, and I went and saw them in real life. And the strip mall is what I thought it was the cheapest, and also it has other stuff surrounding it. Like the Red Rock is right across the street, so I think it would be visually pleasing for people to be like, oh, I want to go there. And that's also the the cheapest way to go about it than having a standalone building. Yes.
Did you do any surveys to find out if potential target market patrons would be willing to stay local, or will they all want to flock to Vegas? So
You mean for like to the strip? Would they want to flock
yeah,
to the strip?
to the strip.
I didn't really do.
Not to Vegas, to the strip.
Yeah, I didn't do any surveys, but I've worked in the bar industry since I was 16, which sounds completely crazy, but I have. And from what I've heard, which is where I got my ideas, everyone hates going to the strip because it's just so crowded, it's so expensive, and so that's why I thought this would be such a good opportunity for people to kind of have the same on the strip feel, but off of the strip.
Was this for the age? What's your age group? I guess that you're targeting.
This is 21 to 31, so younger.
Thank you.
Since it's like open 24/7, I feel like most of the time, like Friday night, Saturday night, will be like your busier hours. But if it's open 24/7, how do you kind of like doing a transition? Like Monday, like 9, Tuesday, like I don't know if people want to really have gin drinks at like 9 in the morning, even if they're like in Vegas. How would you?
Well, we do offer the slots, so we'll have a few slot machines, and we'll also have a full menu. So if they want to just come for lunch,
Like a breakfast menu.
yeah. So they don't need a drink at all times, but if they want to, it's up to them. Yes.
Can you speak a little bit to what was most surprising as you were going through the process of putting together your
Just how much work actually went into it. 'Cause I've had this ever since I started working when I was 16. I like loved the hospitality industry, loved all the people. And I was like, this is totally what I want to do. And then I got down to doing it, and I was just like, wow, this is a lot of work. And so I think that was just what was really surprising, and just all the different legal fees and all of the gaming licenses and how long it you might not, if you apply for a gaming license, it might be a year before you even get approved. So just I guess the time constraint was what was most surprising. Yes.
What do you have, like family and friends discounts?
Totally. You guys can all come, all of you. Yes.
Have you seen any of like the bar rescues with John Tapper, and he kind of does the similar thing?
Yeah. That's kind of where I got an idea from it too, because he's done a few in Vegas, so that was pretty inspiring.
So you're from Vegas. How do you guys perceive the name Sin City? Is that because you're using that in your name, right? And
Yeah.
You're not actually in the Sin Cities. I mean, is it everything in that area is considered Sin City? I mean, it kind of seems like a branding thing that goes on there.
I mean, in my perspective, I hear it all the time, like, oh, you're from Vegas, like Sin City. So yeah.
Okay.
And I mean that's not necessarily true. Like there's homes and schools, but that's what a lot of other people think of it as. So, and I
There's
just thought it
nothing
was
else
pretty
called Sin
catchy.
City there? No other bars or
No,
restaurants?
we actually looked it up, and this was I'm
That's amazing.
surprised because it's very
That's
catchy.
amazing. You gotta
I
capture
know, I need to
that.
trademark this like right now.
You bet.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to my senior capstone presentation. My name is Eric Benitez, and today I'll be discussing Associates in Creation, Civility in the Workplace. Associates in Creation is a new startup consulting agency located within the greater Los Angeles area, providing professional consulting, coaching, and training. What differentiates Associates in Creation from other consulting agencies in the area is that we specialize in civility. So who we are. Our mission statement at Associates in Creation is to provide the highest standard in everything that we produce. Our number one priority is to offer a world-class service that will enable all of our clients to increase civility in their work space. Our keys to success are a specialized focus on civility, our specialized departments in consulting, coaching, and training, our attention to detail, working with our clients rather than working for them, and our passionate and dedicated team, which we're comprised of. So what exactly do we do? At Associates in Creation, we offer a wide variety of services. Within our consulting team, our consultants will meet with your leaders, with your company's leaders, to create strategic plans, develop healthy workplace environments and policies, create internal communication procedures, training programs, and action plans which will help your organization thrive with civility. Within our coaching department, our coaches will meet hand in hand, one-on-one, or on a department basis to bring about self-awareness and inspire motivation for change. Some of our training programs will include civility, communication, conflict management, customer service, and diversity. As far as our business, our market is segmented into 3 main markets. Our first market is the education sector, which is comprised from colleges and universities, as well as K-12 schools. Our second market is new and uprising businesses, anywhere from 1 to 5 years, who are currently still looking to establish their corporate culture and their identity and bring about more stability within the organization. Our third and final market is more established businesses, anywhere from 6+ years, who are looking to either reinforce their corporate culture or restructure their organization to include more stability within it. As far as our competition and pricing, Associates in Creation will offer a 3-model pricing strategy, which will be our hourly rate, our project-based rate, and our monthly retainer rate. In comparison to other consulting agencies in our area and our competitors, Associates in Creation has a lower pricing than the average, making Associates in Creation the better choice for the services offered. Here is an overview of our cash flows, which just tracks our cash in from sales and our cash out in expenses. The following chart, again, displays our cash flows, and you'll notice that for the first year of operations, our sales don't bring in enough revenue to make a profit. However, you will notice that for 3 of the months, our sales are able to bring in a profit for the agency. As far as our sales forecast, again, we have the first year projections, and it's divided into the number of accounts gained, the type of accounts that is, and the amount in sales that they bring in. Take, for example, month 3, in which we gain a total of 10 accounts, 3 which are on an hourly rate, 2 a project-based rate, and 5 a monthly retainer, bringing in a total of $40,600 in sales. For our first year of operations, it is projected that we'll gain 63 accounts, 23 hourly, 22 project-based, and 18 monthly retainer, yielding a total of $230,000 in sales. Finally, our profit and loss statement depicts that for our first year of operations, we are at a net loss, and that's due to our first year being our first year in operations and still trying to establish ourselves within the market. So you may be asking yourself why there's a need for Associates in Creation and why you need a consulting agency like ourselves to come into your organization. It is because in poll after poll, the American people have described the lack of civility within our society. It's because in schools, bullying has become unescapable. In our jobs, where employees are more stressed out by the job and their coworkers rather than the job. In politics, where politicians and debates have become more about personal attacks rather than the issues themselves. And in the media, where the internet serves as a mask to hide behind. So what exactly does civility mean? The Oxford English Dictionary defines civility as a formal politeness and courtesy in both speech and behavior. But civility is much more than that. Civility is taking responsibility and awareness for everything that we say and do. There are various different forms of incivility. There's the boss from hell, bad corporate culture, bullying, and then there are the more subtle forms that because they are subtle, they are often overseen, such as texting during a meeting, checking your phone at the dinner table, or joking and teasing others. These forms of incivility have great effects on organizations and businesses, likewise on society. In businesses, it creates less motivation, less creativity, and less customer satisfaction. It creates higher employee turnover, vast costs in litigation, such was the case with Mitsubishi, who paid millions in litigation fees for an oversight. Had they had civility within their organization, they would have avoided. In a study conducted by the Harvard Review on employees, 48% intentionally decreased their work efforts, 47% decreased the time spent at work, 38% intentionally decreased the quality of their work, 80% lost time worrying about the incident. 63% lost work time avoiding the offender. 66% said that their performance had declined. 78% said that their commitment to the organization had declined. 12% said that they left the job because of the uncivil treatment. 25% admitted to taking out their frustration on customers. All of these negative effects of incivility within a company and an organization cost major losses in profits for an organization. So what then? It's time for a leadership wake-up call. It's time for CEOs and executives to take action. It's time for associates in creation to come into your organization, who with our consulting, our coaching, and training, we can improve civility. It's been proven that civility increases safety. It helps reduce errors, improves the quality of teamwork, it encourages innovation, it safeguards your brand, it reduces regulatory risk, and overall helps boost your profits. It is time that as CEOs, as leaders, as top executives, we begin to live by the words of President John F. Kennedy. Civility is not a sign of weakness. Thank you.
I'm inspired. This is such a creative idea and concept, and I think that anybody could benefit from incorporating this company into their workforce. But I'm really curious as to where, why, what, how you came up with this concept.
So actually, the whole concept of civility and associates in creation came about from the civility campaign that I actually started for Marymount. And that actually started towards the end of my sophomore year, beginning of junior year, in which I saw that there wasn't enough civility within our campus and within our community. And I thought that there had to be some way to improve that, which is how I started the civility campaign. And that's really where I adapted that into my capstone, because I feel very passionate about the topic itself. Yes?
So going off of that question, so you said started from doing the civility campaign on campus. So you talk about doing it among the workplace. How would you base it among the students?
In terms of how to
Like establishing the civility within campus, like you said with the civility campaign. How would you apply civility to bring and involve the students in?
I think that it's a really good question. I think that for students and on a student level, the campaign itself that I started, I think revamping that and creating more training programs, more seminars that students can attend. I don't think it's that there's a lack of civility. I think that it's a lack of awareness of what civility is, and many people think back onto the definition itself, where it's just saying yes, thank you, please, as opposed to actually taking the responsibility and living by what civility is. Yes.
Other than it becoming a consulting firm or business, do your interests in this topic extend to furthering research, and in what other areas can you see applying this?
Yeah, I actually think that, so for my presentation it's narrowed down to a consulting agency, but I think that in an overall scheme there's so much more research and extensive surveys and things that can be incorporated into it to make it on a larger scale, and I think that it could benefit all of society as a whole. I think it can be for the education sector, for businesses, and as well as just anything in society. Yes.
Where did the inspiration for the name Associates in Creation come from?
I think that, so it came from the word civility, and it's where if a client is hiring us to be there for them and to create the civil environment, is that we're both associates and we're both going to work towards creating this better working environment.
Question.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for the topic. I am not easily impressed, but I'm impressed with your choice of topic. So congratulations on that. The one question I did have, you mentioned that your fees were going to be less than your competitors. How did you decide on what those fees would be for your model?
I didn't, most of them do it, most of their companies that I saw that offer kind of the same services. There aren't really too many consulting agencies that offer civility or a specialized service in civility. So what I did, most of them offer only either like yearly retainers or project-based pricing. So what I did was the pricing that they offered was kind of just narrowed it down a little bit more in terms of pricing and did it on an hourly rate, on a project rate, and then instead of doing a yearly retainer, a monthly retainer.
So are you, for that price model, how are you selecting the consultants that will go out to represent your company, or is it just you?
So the company right now, the way that it's set up, and I know that it's not touched on here, but in my paper it's more extensive, the type of employees that we have. So the way that the company is set up, there's 3 different branches, which is the consulting, the coaching, and the training. And each of those has a manager for that department, and then it has an assistant. So those would be the people. So if a company hires us and they want us to go in and do consulting, then we'd send the consulting manager and the consulting assistant to evaluate the company. However, if they only want us to go in and do some training for a specific department, if it's not the entire organization, but it's just their HR department that needs a little bit more reinforcement, then we would send our coaches out, and then our coaching department would work with them as opposed to the whole company working for them.
Can you explain what a retainer is?
So the retainer would be that they have us, so for a month they would have us on call, and anything that they, so regardless of it being either coaching or consulting or training, then during that month, they can just give us a call and then we can send our coaches out to them.
It doesn't work, or does it work as like a mediation type of service now, like for like the people who do hold the monthly retainers?
It can. That would be. It would fall more into like our conflict management training. So something more like that.
Have you considered any of the OD consultants to work in your company?
I'm sorry?
Any of the organizational consultants to actually be consultants on your team? Because that's where the price model changes is based on that skill level.
I have not. I didn't look into that.
Good afternoon, everyone. For my senior capstone, I created a business plan for a consulting firm titled Rain Consulting Group. This will work with higher education institutions to help recruit and retain new students within the universities and colleges. Our plan is to bring exceptional results and a growth in the recruitment strategies and the retention strategies when those students do make the decision in the universities that they want to attend. So why did I choose this topic? Looking into the research, you may ask yourself, why would my university need recruitment strategies or recruitment consulting? The reason I chose this, looking into different articles, we found that a lot of colleges have struggled to stay afloat. And you think about it and you focus on the students aspect, where you see that students go into debt to go to college, but you never see the institution side where they are struggling when they are no longer attracting new students and having people applying. Another problem that was faced in my research is a proposal that was made by President Barack Obama recently. His proposal is to offer the first 2 years of community college free for students. This would benefit over 9 million students, bringing them to save about $4,000 a year in their college institution and their tuition. While this is great for the students, that's 9 million students that are no longer applying to your institution. Which brings us to Rain Consulting. So some of the factors to consider is the cost, financial aid, academic reputation, size of institution, recommendations, geographic setting, appearance, and personalized attention. These are all factors that go into the everyday decision for students when they're applying for colleges, and not only when they're first applying as high school students, but when they're looking for a place to transfer to. And this chart breaks it down for a 4-year public institution, first-year students versus upperclassmen. And as you can see here, so it shows the different factors that are taken into consideration. Among that, the highest that people look to is the cost, financial aid, the academic reputation, and the personalized attention that they're receiving within the institution. So about us. Rain Consulting will provide custom client consulting services to institutions looking to recruit and retain students. We are located in Orange County, California, and our mission is to be the first choice of consulting, recruitment planning, market research, and strategic analysis, providing a great service at a competitive cost by working faster, bringing innovation, and providing results to these institutions. For our startup summary, we will be looking at an initial investment of $100,000 from personal investment, along with $100,000 of a 10-year loan from the Small Business Administration to bring about and to average out with the expenses. Our objectives and goals. So our objectives and goals, we break down our slogan: to create, to engage, and to deliver. So we want to create content. So we want to work with each institution individually, bring about what factors contribute most to that institution, and to be able to engage one-on-one with them to provide results. After engaging with each institution individually and working with them to create a strategy that will work best for them, we will deliver those results through our services, and there they could see what factors work best for their institution and which ones they should focus on to market towards new students applying towards that institution. Our target market, so these are potential clients that we will be looking at for our services. Our first target market is private colleges and universities. Our second target market is UCs and Cal State universities. And our third target market will be community colleges. So within the state of California, which will we be focusing on the first 3 years of our business, we are finding that there are 130 private colleges, including technical institutions, 32 Cal States and UC universities, and 112 community colleges. However, when it comes to our market analysis, our first 3 years we will be focusing more on the private colleges and the UC and Cal State universities. The reason for this, the private colleges and universities where we'll be spending most of our time will take up 70% of our services, and the UCs simply just because there are less in the state of California. Community colleges we are not looking towards working with during the first 3 years, simply because they are at times overcrowded and not really looking towards that of retention, because most of the students that do go there, they go there with the intention to transfer after the 2 years. However, after the 3 years of our consulting firm, we do plan on growing as a business, and we do plan on including the community colleges as one of our clients, simply because community colleges are beginning to offer the 4-year degrees or other certifications that you can get there. So what makes us different from our competition? Our service is broken up into 4 different aspects. We do not charge for the whole consulting. It's broken up into different plans that you can choose from, so you can see which one fits right with your institution. You might not need all the retention recruiting. You might just be looking for startups or looking to recruit new students rather than looking to retain students in your institution. Our pricing is in a middle range among our competitors. I will go more into detail with our pricing, but it is also broken down under each individual plan. It is not charged by hour or anything like that. It's charged by the plan that you're choosing to get with our business. And our marketing communication. Most of our marketing will consist of training those representatives in institutions to be able to go out and interact with high school students, to go out to college fairs, to be able to talk to them, let them know about their institution. Part of our training in that with those employees, we will go ahead and give them the tools that they need, so when they are at those events, they're able to recruit. So our services are broken down into recruitment planning, startup consulting, retention consulting, and annual reviews. Our recruitment planning is solely based more on the high school students, looking to recruit more high school students towards that institution. Our startup consulting is reaching more towards the new universities or colleges or that are looking to expand. Our retention consulting is the schools that are looking to lower their transfer rates within their institution and looking to really dissect what it is that's causing students to transfer to another university. Why aren't they staying here? And our annual reviews are something that we offer for all our services. It's basically, it shows from the beginning to the end, from throughout the year when you worked with us. It shows what we have improved on, what we have accomplished, how it has affected towards the following year, and the plans for future work with us. Our sales forecast is forecasted for the first 3 years. As you can see here, most of our revenue will be coming from the retention,
consulting and the recruitment planning. So that includes, that'll be working more with the institutions to focus on bringing in new students and keeping them. And breaking it up into our financial review, we have our services broken down, each one within the pricing. We have our total sales estimated for the first 3 years. With our breaking analysis, we're looking to break even during our second year, which will bring in a revenue of about $400,000 to go ahead and be able to pay back some of the expenses and also the loan that we have included as well. As for the future for our consulting firm, we are looking to expand outside of California, just because we are looking simply right now to focus and grow within the state of California and focus on those private institutions and the UCs and Cal States. But we do plan on expanding across the United States more in the projected future to come. And we believe that this will bring value and success to the individual universities and will bring them a plan that will work individually with each one. Each will have different consulting firms, so our team will work individually to see what fits each university best. And we hope that you will take this into consideration when considering your next recruitment. And that is it. Thank you.
For the sales number chart that you had up, what is that in terms of units? You said you have several different strategies for the income, but is that, can you talk a little bit more about your sales plan?
Yeah, so for the units that you see on here, I'll actually go back to that slide. So the units that you see on here, this is each plan broken up individually. So as you can see here, I'm not sure if you can see that far back, but it shows our recruitment plans, startup plans, annual reviews, and retention consulting. Each pricing is broken up individually, so you don't have to get all of our services. You're not forced into that where you have to pay for everything if you don't need it. So it is projected based on the cost and the expectation of what we're hoping to reach as far as numbers for those first years.
So each plan is broken up by price, and are those on a time basis? Is a plan for 6 months, 1 year, or how are those based?
I think it would differ within university just because each one has something different that they want to offer, and I think it is an ongoing thing, which is why we provide the annual reviews. So through that, you'll be able to see the progress throughout the year.
Can you tell us a little bit about how this topic originated? What inspired you about this?
Okay. Well, it kind of goes a little into my background personally. I started Marymount as a freshman, and I actually transferred out my sophomore year. And the reason for that, it was more through a financial situation. I thought that it would work better for me. And then I went into this new university. I started attending Cal State Fullerton, and just looking into that, I didn't really feel like I was getting what I needed out of that college. And then so looking back into that, the first year, I mean, I don't want to say negatively, but I really hated going there. And then looking back, I came back to Marymount. I talked to everyone again, and there's so many things about Marymount that I missed. And then it just kind of brought me back individually. And thinking back on it, it made me think about the recruitment strategies and retention rates within here, because there's a lot of students, especially in a new university like Marymount that's still growing. So many people still hear about it, and they come here with the intention to transfer out. And so it interested me in that sense as to how would you retain, for Marymount, for example, how would you retain your students? How do you keep them here now that it's a 4-year, now that it's consistently growing? So that was kind of how it came about.
Did your data reveal anything about a percentage of reasons why students choose?
Yeah, it went into more of the factors, the different factors that contributed to the recruitment. A lot of that went into the retention as well. Usually the highest, I think, for any institution really is cost, and then also financial aid, which actually contributed to mine as well, so I was able to relate to that.
So since kind of the cost and financial aid had a part of retention, would there be some type of financial component that you'll be advising institutions on in terms of financial strategies?
That is a part of it. We're looking within the employees that I'm featuring on there. We will have 4 consultants. 2 will be broken up during the first years. 2 will be broken up to focus more on the financial aid and the cost analysis and what contributes in that sense as more. to the student decisions. The other two will be focusing more on the marketing aspect and how to attract students towards the institution that way.
So since you're going to be working with mainly all higher ed institutions, how would your company handle two different institutions that are targeting the same group for recruitment?
I think the best thing that you can do is to you have to find what works individually for each one. Not everything's going to be the same. So universities shouldn't really compete and have the same plan towards their recruitment and towards their retaining and students like that, because every university is different. So I think they have to find what factors work best for them, and after you distinguish those, then you could go ahead and start strategically planning and find out how that will affect the recruitment and the retention.
So if you do decide to expand outside of California, what states are you considering to go to next?
That hasn't really been identified. I would look more into where there are more institutions. For the first 3 years, I did focus just on California, just to be able to grow within here. I think when it comes to that planning, I would look to see where there are more universities to be able to expand the base there.
What is your time frame for each plan? Like, is there like a couple months, like 3 months, 6 months, a year for each plan, or is it just?
I think each one will be ongoing. I think it depends. Kind of similar to what Ashley said. It'll be ongoing throughout the year, and it'll be able to show. Obviously, they'll be catching up with each university and be able to update them on what changes have been made. But I think the annual review, when you go ahead and see which within the school year, that's when you'll be able to notice the difference and see how it was affected, how it has changed from this year to last year.
And then, how are you go about marketing yourself to these colleges and universities that come?
I think a lot of our investment in our expenses, I did include a lot of our investment will include traveling to be able to visit these campuses, meet one-on-one with the representatives, being able to distinguish. But an important part of marketing ourselves would be to show the institutions how we will help you market yourself towards the students. Focus more on how we're going to recruit new students for your institution rather than focusing on you hiring us. Thank you.
So today I'll be talking about enhancing the talent pipeline. We'll be benchmarking globally for a local solution. This is not a business plan, so it's a change of pace here. We are actually looking at a strategic plan that's applicable to Marymount. So I'll be covering what a talent pipeline is, why it's necessary, and the problems it addresses, as the gaps listed here. Some possible solutions, what the world is doing, what are we doing here in the US, and how we can apply that to Marymount. So I really like the Burson.com definitions of talent pipeline. It says it refers to an organization's ongoing need to have a pool of talent that is readily available to fill positions at all levels as the company grows. What this addresses, a big problem that it addresses, is the skills gap. So 30% of the US adults 25 and older had at least a bachelor's degree in 2011. This is actually the first time and the highest number it's ever happened in our history. That means our society is getting better educated. Yet, roughly 54% of employers currently have open positions for which they can't find qualified candidates. 35% of all employers have positions that stay open for 12 weeks or longer. So we have all these educated individuals, yet we're having employers having difficulty finding qualified candidates. So as we see here, this is actually the U.S. unemployment. If we really look at it, in 2007, we were in a much better position than we are now. Although it's decreasing fast, we're not where we want to be yet. Okay, so the technical revolution is something that's currently happening. So new technologies frequently require specific new skills that schools don't teach yet, and the labor markets don't supply. It's new, nobody knows it yet. Hard to fill positions are common in high-tech and innovative new companies that adopt new technologies rapidly. As we see now with the tech boom, we see a lot of innovation and a lot of changes of technologies on a daily, monthly, quarterly basis. What this means is that their employees need a specific skill set that hasn't been brought up yet. Let's see, high-tech job growth is 3 times faster than any other areas in the private sector. That's really important here because we have all these job openings and no qualified candidates to fill. If we address that, we can lower our unemployment rate drastically. 98% of U.S. counties had at least one high-tech business establishment in 2011. It's not Silicon Valley anymore. We have places all over the U.S. that can actually bring in and contribute to the society and have all these job openings for the United States. All right, so there's also a gap in wage expectations between graduates and employers. This is really important because graduates come out of college, they have all these loans, they have this expectation, I have this bachelor's, or I have whatever degree you come out with, I am entitled to this salary. Employers think, well, you are a new graduate, you require training, I will give you a training salary. While graduates feel, 44% of them feel well prepared or very prepared by their college or university in digital or technical skills. That's less than half that feel prepared to enter the workforce and adapt to their technical skills. 33% of them said that their schools don't offer or they aren't aware if their school offers these classes to teach them. That's a really sad number. That's much less than half. And we're looking at students coming out not knowing the new technical skills that are required in the workforce. One in four employers say that recent college graduates are unprepared for entry-level positions when college graduates are coming out expecting above entry level. 37% of employers find it difficult or very difficult to find qualified candidates. So this mismatch in expectation is causing a huge drift. Graduates are coming out, and even if they do get a job offer, they may feel they're obligated to get more, and they may decline that offer. So it just increases that difficulty for the employers to find a qualified candidate. Another gap between graduates and employers is the career development. So graduates come out, they've studied for all these years, and they say, I did this because I want to progress. I do not want to stay in a position for all these years, I want to progress, I want to move up quickly. Employers think, well, you're a new graduate, you need to stay in that position, you need to earn your way, earn your experience. While you have your degree, you need the application side of it. Another gap that we'll be talking about is universities and employers. So most academic institutions, 96%, agree that their institution should be collaborating with employers about their needs and expectations. However, 55% said that this happens to little or not at all. Only 54% of institutions said that they are adjusting their curriculum need on local demands and shifts among employers. Though the speed at which they can incorporate those changes remains a challenge. 56% of them said it would take at least a year to implement. 18% said it would take likely 3 to 5 years. Some of the solutions that we could bring up for these problems are internships. Internships are beneficial for students. They offer the opportunity to connect their theory to application and practices in the real world. It builds networking skills, so it really exposes you to that corporate environment that you would not have experienced otherwise in school. It enhances your resume. Now, a lot of employers, if you don't have an internship or a prior experience on your resume, they're not going to look at you. Can potentially lead to full-time employment. Why is this important? Because you build connections, because that internship you take in college can lead to your full-time job. Benefits for employers, opportunities to evaluate talent for full-time positions. What does this mean? That means that that's a 6-month interview for them. That is really, really beneficial for them because if it is a person that may seem amazing at the beginning, they have this time to evaluate their work ethic and determine if that person is worthy for this position. It also serves as a talent pipeline for university students. So we have this consistent flow of students coming in, and we can say, yes, that one's qualified, no, that one's not. It serves as a pipeline, so all those entry-level jobs that they're considering them for are consistently filled. It aids innovation by bringing in young scholars that have fresh perspective. This is so important in company culture. It keeps them alive, it keeps them motivated, and it keeps them up to date. Another solution is partnerships. So building sustainable partnerships between universities and employers can aid in creating modern programs that meet the needs of the workforce. Universities should establish advisory boards so that employers can influence curriculum and build stronger relationships within. Employers reap benefits by having more prepared and trained graduates ready to join the workforce. If they influence the curriculum firsthand, that means those graduates are directly prepared for their employment. And if they have that going on, and they have employees who are not up to par, they can send those employees into that program to sharpen their skills. So it's really beneficial for employers and universities as well. Some global examples of these solutions. So the European Commission has a job mobility portal. It's called EURES. The purpose of EURES is to provide information, advice, and recruitment and placement services for the benefit of workers and for employers. So they really aim to contact new graduates, contact employers all throughout Europe, and see where would your skill set be best applied. This is important because then you're placing university graduates where they need to be, and also you're giving employers what they need. And in that way, they're better trained and they're better, their skill sets are better matched to the employment that they're going into. EURES also has about 850 advisors. They maintain the relationships between the students and job seekers in general and the employers all throughout Europe. Another example is the UK and the rise of academies. So the UK, it's this pretty awesome thing going on over there. They have low-performing schools converting into academies. Academies can either be directly funded by the Department of Education or by sponsors. A lot of these sponsors end up being corporations or foundations. What does that mean? They have the leeway to do the curriculum. They can choose. They have that freedom to build curriculum in that school based on their needs. So if you are looking at an engineering corporation that needs better prepared students, they can buy a secondary school. They can make the correct curriculum based on STEM basics and build up from there. What they're basically bringing up their pipeline bottom up. Another national example is New York. So New York is the first state to actually do this. In February of this year, their mayor announced that he had contacted industry leaders and that gained their commitment to support the delivery of technology education, training, and job opportunities to thousands of New Yorkers. This is so important because this training is funded by those corporations, right? But those workers, otherwise that wouldn't be trained and would be contributing to the skills gap, are now trained to be a part of wonderful organizations like Facebook, Tumblr, LinkedIn, Google, Microsoft, these great organizations that pay well, and not only are they drawing in more workers, but they're also drawing in these organizations to come over. That's great for them, great for their economy. Bosch. Bosch is a German multinational company and the largest supplier of automotive components. What they do is they partner with STEM and environmental education initiatives in the US. So one of the examples of that is that their partnership with First Robotics. First Robotics is a really big program that gets all high school students that are interested in robotics and exposes them, funds their research. And so it's really great because they do it with the intent to motivate them to pursue engineering, robotics, and other technical careers. Again, they're planting the seed early. This is key in recruitment. You plant the seed early, you bring them up, and you raise your own qualified candidates. How is that applicable to us? For Marymount, we can focus on building employer relations. That's so essential to us because I know there's been a lot of talk about how the confusion with us and Loyola Marymount. That shouldn't be drawn. They should be asking Loyola Marymount students if they're us. Partnering with local businesses and industry leaders. Also creating an employee advisory board to consult with career services and influence the curriculum. Make sure that we're up to date. Make sure that we're up to par with other universities, not only in California, but nationwide. Also to innovate and change curriculum based on the demands of the market and influence the industry leaders, the influence of industry leaders. Why is this important? Because we need to be prepared. As a graduate, look around, look at your future job. Would you be comfortable walking in there on first day? How can we change that? How can we prepare you better? We ask them what they need, we teach it to you. Okay? Thank you. Questions?
I know this is same day fresh and right off of your current internship. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Okay, so I've been interning at SpaceX since August of last year. I recently converted, so I'm a permanent SpaceX here. My experience is so key in all of this because not only had I been thinking about this prior to my internship really made me realize disconnect between graduates, employers, and university. And this lack of communication is so disturbing to our society. If we are able to aid that communication, we'll be able to lower unemployment, and that in itself is pretty wonderful.
I don't know that I have any questions. I just want to say congratulations to you, congratulations to the work you did, and to everyone so far who's participated. I think you're
Yes. So I know that you mentioned one of the solutions was internships. How would you appeal to more businesses to provide more internships if it were that more graduates are going to be searching for work?
Through employer relations. So you build a relationship with them. As my experience with SpaceX, we talk a lot to MIT, we talk a lot to Penn State, RIT, all those big names. What do we do with them? We know that their students are prepared. We know that their students are taught up to par. We know that their curriculum is satisfying some of our needs. We know that because we talk to them, and we talk to their counselors. And had we not, maybe that connection wouldn't have been there. So that's the first step, employer relations.
My question sort of piggybacks off of John's. How do you help students understand the value of an internship? Like, because that's one of the things I have noticed.
And that's a tough one, because not all students are in the mindset of thinking about their future. It's through education. So a lot of universities out there have a 5-year plan where they require 1 year of intern or other experience. I'm not saying that's required or necessary. However, something of that sort would be imperative to get them thinking about their future. Actually, put out numbers out there. I don't think there's, some schools on their websites have like average salaries of certain graduates of a certain major. We don't have that available yet, and I think if you start displaying that information, if you start making that information available, it gets them into that mindset of thinking, where do I want to be when I graduate? And I think the first step is education. John?
LinkedIn, interesting enough, you're looking at some samples there of how employers communicate with education and match jobs. In the United States, in capitalism, what you see happening is government tries to do that, but LinkedIn's actually on its way to matching skills in their section to job opportunities. So it'd be interesting to see how LinkedIn plays in that mix. Also, community colleges now have the mission to now do what you already mentioned, matching to the local community needs. And a lot of times it's economic development and it's relationships with companies. And then you also talk about places like MIT, and I know you're talking to their engineering departments and their technical schools. Liberal arts schools are in the middle, and they're in a soft spot, which is really hard to handle because what do you teach in American studies that can relate directly to, let's say, a demand from an employer that's a retail outlet looking for people? Have you had any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So that's actually what I was thinking. I've been thinking about it, but more so recently, closer to the presentation. I started thinking, a lot of my thought initially was applicable to SpaceX because they're a highly technical company. I think the same concept applies here. We start off with employer relations. Where have our alum gone? And that's the first step that you're already on. Where have our alum gone? What type of companies are looking for our graduates and our majors? What do they need? And what type of technologies in those industries are not just being used, but also soon to be implemented, and prepare them for the future. So for something like business, I work in HR, so there are certain things, certain softwares that they use, certain technologies that we could potentially address and not necessarily have courses on it, but at least plant the seed and lay down the theory with understanding of why these softwares are necessary in that department or business overall. And it varies on the major. So I know like American Studies, stuff like that, it's difficult to think in a broader term. But if we can backtrack a little bit and see where our alum have gone, and which corporations are looking for those types of majors, I think that would be our first step.
So you did a great job, by the way,
Thank you.
and you may have already answered this through employer relations, but how I guess my questions are it's three questions. One is, if the SpaceX internship was not paid, would you have taken it? And then also, how do we encourage more employers to do paid internships, and how do we encourage more students to take non-paid internships? That's a lot.
Yeah, no. So I'll start from the beginning. Would I have taken SpaceX if it was unpaid? Truthfully, no. Truthfully, no. In my situation, I have a daughter. I want to be financially stable. That was my condition. As I told John, I can't do unpaid. And that's a situation with a lot of students. Luckily for us, the state is actually implementing a lot of laws and regulations that are pushing employers to make paid internships. They're doing a lot of regulations that make it difficult to do unpaid internships. So employers see the benefit of an internship program. They see that it's worth the money, and they're starting to be more paid internships, at least in the larger companies. That's what they're working towards. I think that trend is going to continue. I think a lot of that influence is because of the laws and regulations that are being developed that are protecting interns from being abused and just free labor.
Looking at this employee-business relationship, have you found colleges that are known and have creating a relationship? If the business comes and says, this is what I need, that the college will say, and we create the courses to supply the business what the business wants as opposed to what the college thinks they want.
Well, that's the main problem in our communication now.
Well, I understand that. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
And talking to the colleges, what is their attitude toward adapting and teaching what the business is requiring? And the reason I raise that is I ran a number of businesses. And if I started and told the college what I wanted, half of the courses don't apply. And how they teach them doesn't take the book and put it into the reality. Yeah. And unless that changes, so I had one or two schools to go to. Mm-hmm. So I went to those schools. That's why something like that. Microsoft has been doing this for 20 years. This is not unusual. It's just that businesses get frustrated and they create their own training program and reteach them. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm asking.
And that is the current situation. Businesses have actually taken that initiative. I find that it'll be easier for businesses to continue to take that initiative, but also for employers, for universities to lay out their hand and ask for that.
Well, I understand that. Are they going to be receptive
with
what the business asks them to supply? Will they be receptive enough to create a curriculum to give it to them?
And I think that depends on the size of the university and how long it's been established. Okay. For a university of our size, I think something like that is very doable. I think that since we're a small school, I wouldn't say new, but as far as the BA program, new, I think that's something that would be easy for us to take on. I think it may not be direct, but at least the consideration of what the employer's advice is can be added into the curriculum. While it may not be exact, it is a step above from the current state that we're in. As far as larger universities, I think that's very difficult. And one of the things I mentioned in my presentation was that it was a challenge for them to implement changes. That's because they're such a large school. Changing something like a course requirement or something like that takes a lot of approval. And I think that's one of the bottlenecks in this process is that all that approval and changes in larger universities are difficult to make. In the future of that, I think that you will either adopt or fail. Employers are going to continue to be changing their needs, if the universities aren't supplying those needs, their students will not be prepared. Those students will go out into the workforce, be unemployed for a while because they don't have those qualifying skills, and the reputation of the university will go down. That's what I think ultimately the passage of that series would lead to. So it's either adopt or fall.
I happen to agree, but I'm just.
Have you
Well
done
said.
any, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, okay. Have you done any, or
I'm
given
sorry.
any- have you given any consideration in terms of competition? What have you, I mean, I'm assuming you were working with other interns as
I'm
well.
sorry, I didn't hear the last
Were
thing.
were there other interns at the same time that you were interning?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
so did you talk to them about competition? Did you feel like you were just as ready as they were, slightly different? I'm just curious.
SpaceX actually is really competitive to get in itself.
Okay.
Once you're in, it is not like dog eat dog world between the interns. It's nothing like that. Everybody's got something to prove, and they're there to prove it. Luckily, SpaceX has a really embracing and warm environment that fosters growth, and that holds true for interns as well. So you're really just motivated to grow. You're motivated to absorb everything you can and do everything you can. There are certain departments where there's multiple interns, and in those cases, same thing applies. There's no dog eat dog kind of thing. It's all do your best, show them what you've got, and if you're on top, they're gonna hire you. Because that's exactly what they see. They wanna hire top talent, they're gonna test you, and whoever rises on top is obviously the more qualified candidate for them. That's kind of what I think, on my end, how it goes.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Walsh. My business plan for Capstone was based on my eco-friendly boutique hotel. It's called EcoVenture. I was inspired because of my love for travel and my love for our planet. My mission is to provide a guilt-free travel experience to our guests. We focus on sustainability, the conservation of energy, water, the reduction of waste and output of pollution, and just overall reducing our carbon footprint. I think when people are traveling, they don't realize how much their impact is on the environment. When you get on a plane to go somewhere, when you drive somewhere, when you stay in a hotel, any activities you're doing. So I wanted to focus on reducing the negative impacts while traveling. The hotel industry has huge contributions to CO2 emissions. It's about 60 million tons just in the US. Waste created is almost 2 billion. Energy is almost 85 billion used annually, and a lot of water, 220 billion gallons of water used by the hotels in the US. And as far as the business side goes, there is a hotel actually currently for sale on the market in San Clemente, California, which was the location that I wanted to pick. It's 16 bedroom, 16 bath. And it would be powered by solar energy, and that would be almost $40,000 to install, and with the local, state, and federal tax reductions. So it's actually pretty affordable considering it's a booming business. I'll show you that later. Focus on water saving, energy efficient, waste reductions. The installments as far as water saving, faucets, toilets, sinks, the amenity dispensers in hotels instead of having plastic individual bottles, things like that. LED lighting instead of the incandescent bulbs. Those installations would be about $20,000. And we just want to promote a green lifestyle. So what we have is 16 bedroom, 16 bath unit. It's 30-second walk from the beach. It's right by the San Clemente Pier. The overall atmosphere is very natural, very zen, drought-friendly plants instead of, crazy decor. Very relaxing. We want it to be like a retreat hotel, not clustered with today's technology and just too much excess accessories. And in our rooms, little breakdown of the rooms is it'd be a hotel room like this, very basic, very plain, lighting from the ceiling, LEDs. I don't know if you guys noticed when you walk into a small hotel room, maybe a quarter the size of this room, there's like 3 to 4 lamps There's the sometimes sound systems, sometimes the mini fridge that you might not even touch, TVs, hair dryers, irons, so many things plugged in that use energy when you're not even using them, things that you might not want. Not everyone uses them. I know that when I go into a hotel room, I sleep, I shower, and then I leave. I'm not making coffee and ironing and blow drying my hair, watching TV, playing music. So it would be very basic. And the cost would be $270 a night for our peak season, about $250 a night for our off season. Compared to competitors, this is pretty low, especially considering you're staying right on the beach. You're not going to pay for what you don't have. You're not going to pay for the television, et cetera, et cetera. We have a cafe in the building. It's organic. It uses only locally grown produce. And it's just very simple. And you're paying for simplicity. You're not paying for the excess. You're paying for more of the outside environment of where you're staying, which is a beach city. So as far as the eco-efficient alternatives, for a 16-unit hotel, you would be capturing about 7,000 pounds of waste by just putting recycling bins in the room, giving the guests an option to recycle. And when you change the lights into LED bulbs, you save about 11,000 kilowatts a year. When you put the amenity dispensers into a shower or a bathroom, rather than passing out the little individual ones, you save about 15,000 pounds a year. And with the water saving efficient showers, toilets, faucets, you save about 150 gallons a year. We offer things like bikes for our guests. You can leave your car in the parking lot, you're at a beach place, you want to go to the restaurant, you want to go to other attractions, use our bikes. You don't have to take your car. We clean with just eco-friendly materials that don't put out a lot of toxic waste when you put them down the drain. That saves us money, that saves them money. You're not paying for the excess that you might not even use to begin with. So my target market is pretty specific. It's green consumers and eco-tourists, and it's people that know that their consumer behavior when they're traveling affects the environment. And it's people that care about the environment when they're traveling. I think it's overlooked a lot. When you plan a vacation, you don't think, well, I can't fly to Europe because that might create a lot of CO2 emissions. And I want to give people the opportunity to, protect the planet as much as they can while still on vacation, while doing what they love. We're targeting outdoorsy, adventurous, active people that don't want to sit in a hotel room, that basically you're just using our place to sleep, to shower, to rest, go outside, use the bikes, go to the beach, see what's around. Usually it'd be a low maintenance, simple person's lifestyle. And my competitors and risks go hand in hand. I have two major competitors, and it's a resort at Pelican Hill and then the Montage in Laguna Beach. They are, as far as pricing, a lot more expensive. If you average them together, they're about $600 a night, a lot more than EcoVenture. I consider them major competitors just because they have excellent brand recognition. They're extremely popular, extremely luxurious. I consider them more of a threat than a Best Western around and Travelodge around, because if you compare EcoVenture to those, they have, I would just choose the more environmentally friendly building over the Travelodge or the Best Western, which isn't offering much more. So I would consider the more luxurious hotels to be a bigger threat. They focus on luxury, and they do provide the different goods. You might get a flat screen in your bedroom and a mini fridge and a sound system. Most people want that, and I understand that it's not for everyone. And some people consider their vacation to be, sitting in their jacuzzi tub in the middle of their hotel room all with all the other fluff around. So I do know that that's a huge risk to EcoVenture, but if we target the right market, then it should be a successful business. Tourism is volatile. It obviously changes with the economy. There's competition in destinations, so first we have to bring tourists to the city or the state, and then they have to choose between if they want the more luxurious hotels or if they want the more eco-friendly hotels, what their price ranges, what their activities are going to be. So competition is intense, but I think that with what we offer and what we're based on with our sustainability efforts, that we should be good. And then we want to get Green Label certified. Basically, what this does for you is it offers transparency. It shows your consumers that you are making the efforts to be efficient, eco-friendly, and sustainable, and that you care about the environment. So the big picture of EcoVenture is that we want to meet the triple bottom line between people, planet, and profitability. It's a cleaner, less toxic environment, and we purchase locally as far as the cafe, and we don't, consume a lot of paper. We don't consume a lot of just excess waste we don't want to produce, and it's going to cut costs a lot. We're not paying for what we don't offer. We're not going to pay for the electricity that's used with like TVs or electronics, the lighting, so that will save us money. As far as the solar energy, it's a payback period of 9 years, and it brings our property value up about 3 or 4%, and we conserve about 1,000 gallons of water, and we reduce the greenhouse gas by about 11 tons a year. So my estimated break-even analysis was about 6 years. I did estimate that our first few years would be a little bit slower because it's a new hotel. You don't just open a hotel and then expect all the rooms to be booked every single day. So with growth about 20% each year, I think that it would take about 6 years to break even. And that's it. Any questions?
Good job. Did you look at the hotel sites or pricing on room rental to get
Yes.
your averages? Very good.
Yeah, I had to consider a lot of hotels. It was hard to price my hotel because we are right on the beach, but then, we don't have all the excess fluff, I would call it, in hotels. So you want it to be cheap, but we also offer a lot, and we have a lot. I don't know, I guess I don't really know how to say it. We have a better mission, and I think that would attract consumers, and they would be willing to pay for that, yet you can't charge them for what's not there.
You mentioned that there's a price differential between the off-season and the season. There's only a $20 difference. Why not just keep it the same price and offer that as an incentive?
Well, that was like the average of the top and then average of the bottom seasons. I wouldn't keep it the same because it's just different demand. I wouldn't want to have higher prices in the winter, especially for Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is a small change, but I just thought it was necessary. I think most hotels do it.
Because I see a lot of hotels now, mid-size, E-loft, the one I see a lot. I see them in Arizona around colleges where technology is huge and people are drawn to that. And I suspect, I don't know this, I don't travel a lot, but I suspect that if you want an E-loft because of technology advances and access, that you can go maybe in Trivago or some of these sites and plug in that you're looking for a technology-friendly hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Have you discovered in the marketing side that on those search sites you could advertise for people that are eco-friendly hotels?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand. So.
I'm wondering if, and you said marketing is going to be a challenge. You're looking for people who are sensitive to sustainability and being aware that you're not going to waste anything when you travel. I'm wondering how do you get attention to those people to say I'm going to pick you because of that one issue?
I think the certification with the Green Business Bureau would help a little bit.
Okay.
And then just, marketing the fact that we're green. We're eliminating paper, so it wouldn't be paper obviously, but online. Everything would be on the internet.
Right. Okay.
Traditionally, hotels are known for being loss leaders in a lot of sense, because people do want chains over mom and pop, and that's their data out there to prove that. You are trying to differentiate yourself with sustainability, which is awesome. What else would you in the event that didn't sell?
If the
The fact that you're saving the consumer everything in terms of their travel and offering just, the beach location, but because there's a lot of data out there that says people want, they don't need a high-end hotel, but they want certain things. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I understand that. That was kind of a struggle for me. I was comparing it to a lot of hotels, like the more luxurious ones that have all the amenities that would meet everyone's needs, depending on what they are. And then there are ones that are less, like a Travelodge, a Best Western, things like that were around. Our prices weren't that off compared to the I guess you would call the lower quality ones, and we're eco-friendly, so I don't see why people wouldn't choose the more eco-friendly ones.
Hi everyone, my name is Tara Carlson and I did my capstone on Pygmy Marketing. It is a specialized marketing company for SMEs. For those of you that don't know, SMEs are small and medium-sized enterprises. So our mission, we like to really focus on creating a strategic partnership with our clients in order to create high value in our services. We embrace the entrepreneurial spirit of each and every SME that we work with, and we really like to use that passion in order to help create the perfect online marketing and e-commerce design. And so we really follow this mission when it comes to our company success, and we really use it to help partner ourselves with projects and SMEs that will create the perfect partnership. So what do we do? Since we are a specialized marketing company, we use technology adaptation to form the new marketing techniques in order to increase our clients' online marketing presence within their community and e-commerce sales. As you can see from this chart taken from Statista.com, e-commerce has really been on the rise in previous years, and in even further years beyond this chart, it has really continued to skyrocket. Online presence nowadays means the legitimacy and the accessibility of your company. And if a company does not take advantage of these online marketing tools and these social media marketing tools, they really can fall behind their competition. They can really lose out on a viable target market. They can move beyond just their local target market into a very broader area, and that would increase their sales. So if they don't take advantage of this, they're inevitably losing out on sales. As well as I mentioned before, the credibility among consumers. Nowadays, if you go to look for a business and you find that they don't have a website, they don't have a social media, they really seem less appealing to the ones that do. That kind of means that today's consumer behavior has changed, and consumers really want to know how brands work. They want to feel connected to that brand, and they want to feel like they know that brand. And the way to do this is through social media marketing and establishing an online presence. So our services, what do we offer to these SMEs? We offer website design, which is broken down into categories of a full design, a template design, a facelift, which would be an existing website that does not compete with today's trends. The conversion rate from viewers to sales does not quite match what they'd like their e-commerce sales to represent. And also theme websites. Website development, this would include the HTML, the JavaScript, and the C++, everything that makes a website run. And online marketing campaigns, that would be your social media marketing, your reputation marketing, full campaigns, and SEO, which is search engine optimization. You always want to be on that first page of Google. Also, we offer branding. This includes logos, designing your logo and making sure your logo and company mission fit your SME. And we also do content strategy, which makes sure that your product descriptions and your mission all fit on your website and follow through to your social medias. So our threats, like many other businesses, we have a lot of threats. Most of ours involve working with technologies. We live in a highly innovative age, and there's always new things happening. So we really need to make sure that we keep up with these. To furthermore on that, the internet is a rapidly changing industry in itself. There's always new social medias coming up. Before Facebook and Twitter were the really, really big ones, now it's moving into Snapchat a little bit more, and there'll continue to be new ones down the road. So the new trends really play a part in our business. Competitors, we have a lot of competitors. There's the freelancers, and that includes with the design, the development, and the social media all in itself. Other design firms, other marketing firms, and also in-house teams, so companies that do have the resources to provide their own social media marketing campaigns, we would consider them a threat. Lastly, the rising costs in software. If software programs increase in pricing, we will have to increase our prices for our consumers, and some of these smaller businesses might not be able to afford our services. So kind of how I mentioned before, our target market is definitely the small and medium-sized enterprises. As you might have caught up on, we are a business-to-business company. We also work with startups, and we are open to international businesses, mainly helping companies come into the U.S. If they don't understand the U.S. target market because of the differences in culture and different things like that. We also are open to going into other industries internationally, but we like to focus that on future services. So how will we get to our market? Our first way to get to our market is word of mouth. We really want our customers to see the high value in their websites and their online marketing campaigns, and we want them to be like, yes, Pick Me Marketing did that website, I love it, and you should try them too. We want to work a lot with collaborations, so we want to definitely work with high-powered people in the industry and industry influencers. And so the way that we'll do this is by blogs. People will come and write on our blogs about things that they see, the changes in the industry, and stuff like that. And we will continue to go and write the differences in social media marketing that we see in order to kind of create that backlink in order to link to our website. Online marketing campaigns, this would be your social marketing campaign. A lot of different businesses know that they need to be on these social medias, but they're not quite sure how to be there. They're not quite sure how to reach their target market or what post would be best for their industry. And networking. We want to go to trade shows, and since we're open to so many different industries, we work with people in the fashion industry, people in home decor industry. We really have a lot of different trade shows that we can go to, not just the design and social media ones of our own. So our startup costs. As you can see, our startup costs are pretty low. This is because we are an online company, and so we don't have very many. But being an online company, our biggest expenses are in computers and computer software. Those are very important. We need to have the highest technology that we can in order to create such high value. Also, we have the normal startup costs that are trademarks, permits, and licensing. So our total startup cost is about $15,000, which, since it's so low, that was one of our strengths in our SWOT analysis. Following that, we have our cash flow. For the first 2 years, we are in the red. This is due to our startup expenses, and because we do have a limited number of clients to begin with. So as we move into years 3 through 5, you can see that we start to gain clients due to our online marketing techniques, and our word of mouth really starts to kick in. And you can see here in year 3, we have a couple of changes. We gain an extra employee in order to keep up with client demand. And in year 5, we move to a larger location, and we also take on another employee and intern. So this is our break-even analysis. You can see that we break even at 19 customers, about $100,000. I did the average fixed cost over the 5 years since we did have the changes that I mentioned in years 3 and 5. Our future services, we want to continue to stay relevant, and we want to continue to offer things that our clients need that they don't have the resources, they don't have the knowledge or the accessibility to do themselves. And further down the line, some of these things may include application development, Those are the apps that everyone uses on their phones. Video productions, these can showcase different products, such as a mountain bike going down a mountain for that certain company. Also, we want to move into product photography. Some clients may come to us and they don't have existing photography of their products, or it's not very good, and we want to make sure that their products can really fit the theme of the website and the theme of the social media marketing campaigns. And one way to do that is to do it all yourself and make sure that it's all an even flow. Thank you. Yes. Hi.
Always interested when I know students are doing an internship while they're doing their capstone.
Yes.
Your internship is related to this business you're talking about.
Yes.
Can you tell me if your internship influenced anything about your capstone?
It actually kind of did. When I began my capstone, I was studying in London, and I was very interested in social media marketing and that sense of the online marketing campaigns, that I didn't quite realize how much websites played a part of that. And I think my internship at Duck and Cover, which is a website development and design company, really opened my eyes to how important that is, and that it actually in itself is part of the online marketing. Because in the old ways of marketing, you would see advertisements on TV or in newspapers, and for me, a website is kind of the online marketing of a newspaper ad almost. And so in that way, it did shape my capstone.
All of London is very proud of you. Can you share with us what courses do you think most helped you develop this project?
Probably my entrepreneurship classes played a big part, because it really created my passion in working with small businesses, and I think that online technologies have opened such a wide door for them to be able to compete with big business. Before, you would just see these small companies be very popular in their local areas, but they weren't able to extend much beyond that. And I think that like Instagram, you can find Instagrams of a surfboard place in Hawaii now and see that you enjoy those services better. I also took a social media class over in London that kind of talked about the psychology behind social medias and what certain things would relate to a target market and how that really plays a role. It's not just saying that you want to create a social media and then posting whatever you want. It has to follow your mission. It has to follow your trends, and it has to follow what people actually enjoy looking at too. If it's more than 6 words, most people will just keep scrolling, and it's so easy to just unfollow that you really need creative and appealing content.
Well, since you said you took a social media class, is it different, like the platform that they base social media to market a business, like in London, compared to your class there, to your internship now? Do you see a difference in how they use social media?
Yeah, there's actually, it kind of depends on the industry. Certain social medias are better for certain industries. So if you're a consulting business, like R3 Capstone, being on Instagram isn't a huge market for you, where being on Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn are larger markets because they have more influencers. It's a lot better to retweet content that's going on in the industry rather than to post pictures. The Instagram would be more your company culture and the stuff going on behind the scenes, where as in a fashion or a home decor, you could showcase your talents and you could showcase like your products and stuff.
How did your time abroad influence the shape or the scope of your project?
The only thing that it really did for me was it made me very weary about about saying that I wanted to do things internationally, because there is such cultural differences. And I took an international marketing class over there, and you really have to be careful of colors that are different in certain cultures, words that don't translate correctly. And so I think that was how it shaped that way, is that I want to do international stuff, but I want to do it in the future when I would have the money to go to these places and experience the culture, because you can only read so much and you learn way more by being involved in that culture.
Good afternoon, my name is Artika, and I'm going to be speaking about my music festival that I'm creating. Excuse me for my voice, I lost it over the weekend, so bear with me. So I've always had a passion for the music industry, and I've always wanted to work on it, but never on the creative side, strictly on the business side. And people always were curious why I wanted to enter an industry that was failing. But it's not that it's failing, it's just that the revenues have now shifted, and it's now towards events and music festivals. So I'm going to go into what I've created for myself. So our objective for Melodies for Philanthropy are to utilize the power of music to give back. We want to organize a positive and joyful event to create profits and to supply demand in the Orange County area, as well as support local artists, students, and dancers, and to build a platform for other businesses to mutually benefit. Our company structure will be an LLC. There are many advantages, but the specific ones that we found to be profitable for us is that the personal liability protection, also managing members being myself, would share the bottom line profit, which I would distribute as bonuses to the best working employees at the end of each year. And also corporations can be a member of an LLC, and since there are much bigger businesses that will want to be doing the same thing as I am, this will give me an opportunity to buy out in the end. So the team members would be the managing member, myself, one or more passive members, a social media team, an events team, a talent recruitment and management team, a sponsorship team, and an IT team. And each of these teams will have a head, and they can hire their own interns and whoever they choose to work most effectively with. So our event overview. So here's a snapshot of Ultra Music Festival, which takes place in Miami each year. It is a huge festival, and this is the kind of atmosphere that I would want to recreate in my festival. So as you can see, there's one stage, an artist, and thousands of people just right by the stage, and every single one of those people paid for a ticket to be able to witness what is happening. So we provide a full day of live entertainment and a full night of camping. As most of you have heard of Coachella, camping, if you do it and if you are willing to sacrifice being dirty for 3 days, people say that is the best part, and it really creates a whole experience. So even though it's a one-day event, initially we are still offering that as an option. And something unique that I would like to bring to my festival would be an after party for attendees who are 21 and up. And since all of the artists will be finishing their acts at 11 p.m., all stages will be closed. This will be for all of the attendees who choose to continue their night with us, and you can collect on alcoholic beverage prices. So it will be located at the OC Fair and Event Center, which is in Costa Mesa, California. It is 150 acres, which is actually double the size of Coachella Music Festival, which hosts tens and hundreds of thousands each year and each weekend. The climate is Mediterranean, which is optimal for outdoor events, so we wouldn't necessarily have to worry about rain. And it's also home to the 9th largest fair in the United States. And just this past 2014, there were over 1,300,000 attendees, so people are very familiar of the fairgrounds, so actually getting there isn't a big issue to them. And here is a map of the facilities. These are all the parking lots. One of these will be dedicated to Ubers and taxis. Everything else will be profited for parking. We have a few stages. Here's the Pacific Amphitheater, and over here is the Action Sports Arena. This is where the campgrounds will be, and we have a few more small stages that are kind of hidden in there, but this is where a lot of the art exhibits will be as well. And then here are the stages with their close shots. So this is the hangar, and this is the Plaza Arts stage, and this is the Meadow stage. That's the Pacific Amphitheater, and this is the Action Sports Arena. We definitely set up the stage right here, and considering that there's bleachers, it could hold a lot more people than the smaller stages. So reasons for success. So the top 5 music festivals in America are listed right here, and altogether in 2014 they collected $183 million in ticket sales alone. So that would be a goal to be on this list one day. So Orange County is our location, and the reason why I picked this is because they lack a high quality music festival. It is home to mostly upper middle class households, so they have the means to buy tickets or to attend charitable events. It consists of almost 300,000 college students and is centrally located between Los Angeles and San Diego County, so being able to commute from there wouldn't be an issue, considering that people would drive 2 or 3 hours into this blazing hot desert. So our target market is very well described by Paul Greenberg, who is the CEO of Nylon Media Inc., and I want to share a quote. He said, "The millennial generation craves the experience that festivals like Coachella gives them. Millennials are unapologetic about their desire to get the most out of life. Being a millennial myself, I couldn't agree more." And also, according to the Nielsen report, about 32 million people attended at least one music festival in the United States each year, and nearly half of them are between the ages of 18 and 34. So strategy and implementation. So sponsorships are a huge part of festivals. It's mutual benefiting. They pay money to fund the festival. In return, their brand is plastered everywhere. For example, Heineken has its own house in Coachella, so they can do whatever they want in a specific area, and it's only dedicated to them. And it helps them with their brand legitimization, as well as Budweiser's doing the same thing, but they're now creating their own music festival. And the reason why I picked all of these are because they have already sponsored music festivals in the past, so they are more willing to do so for future music festivals as well. The partnerships that I would like to create would be with Hype Machine and Uber. For Hype Machine, is a sound streaming site where they only post songs that are mentioned and talked about in accredited music blogs. And so they not only are highly acclaimed among music lovers and they have the best of the best music that is being talked about, but they also are known and respected by those music blogs that they stream in their music from. So that would give us access to their network and would allow us to create more buzz and be written about, because they've never done anything like this before. So it would be a really great venture for them, and it would be very beneficial for us as well. And for Uber, we would like to partner with them just to decrease the traffic in the Costa Mesa area, since we will be attracting thousands of people, as well as keeping safe drivers on the road and making sure that there are no drunk drivers as well. So our sustainability factor would be high parking rates, and it's not for our profit, it's more so that it encourages people to try to jump to a friend's car rather than wanting to pay $20 or $30 for parking. We would be promoting a carpool program as well, and by doing so we would have parking attendees checking cars as they come in, and if they have 4 or 5 people in their car, they can have like a coupon for a free beer if they're over 21, or a free food item if they're under 21, whatever they choose. The 5-for-1 bottle exchange, so if you bring 5 empty plastic bottles, you'll get a full water bottle. We would only have sustainable vendors as far as food and beverages, and here are some of the details that Lollapalooza has for their vendors. So they encourage carpooling, hiring local staff, donating cooking oil, discontinuing the use of lid straws and other wasteful products, sourcing food locally when possible, and avoiding toxic cleaners, and as well as our clothing collection as well, which will be donated to the LA LGBT Center. And for our waste management as well, there will be no trash cans alone. Every trash can will have recyclable and compost as well, because many people go to the closest thing, and if they have the option, they will recycle. If they don't, it's going in the trash. So we're making sure that everything, all the waste that we're creating is being managed properly. So we would have to go through the permits and liquor licensing process. Considering how much profit we would be making, the prices for these are rather cheap, and it's just a month or two process that would have to be done, but it shouldn't be difficult. And for our financials, our startup budget for year one for our employee budget is $250,000. Our college event budgets, which I will go into more later, is $20,000, and for office rent budget for year one is $20,000. So that's a total of $290,000 for startups. And as for the cost for the festival itself and the budget for the artists that we'll be paying to perform, that will be $500,000. However, that is going to be covered by sponsorships. So our sources of revenue will be from ticket sales, parking fees, vendor fees, beverages, camping passes, merchandise, and sponsorships. And our ticket pricing will be $100 for general admission and $150 for VIP. And our attendee goal for year one is $30,000. And the charities that we'll be giving back to, since this is the Give Back Army Festival, is Comic Relief and the LA LGBT Center. So things that they do accomplish is, for Comic Relief, is that they've helped over 1 million children in the world's poorest countries to get an education. They've helped treat 3 million people affected by HIV in Africa. They've protected over 6 million people from malaria in Africa, and they have helped 120,000 young people at risk for sex exploitation and trafficking. There are other things that they do as well, but these were the highlights. And for our secondary, the LGBT Center, they provide housing for homeless LGBT youth. They provide one-on-one mentoring and legal support for victims of hate crimes, domestic abuse, and undocumented immigrants. They help with employment, and they provide LGBT parent support groups to help structure, or to help parents go through that transition of in building a stronger home and not allowing it to break their families apart, and also primary care and mental health services as well. So this is how we're giving back. So to Comic Relief, we're going to be giving $40 each from each ticket, general admission ticket sold, $70 from each VIP ticket sold, and any additional artist contribution. And that means the artists that are performing, they have the option of either collecting the fee for performing, or they could give that fee and donate their time and give that money to Comic Relief instead. And so for the LA LGBT Center, we'll be collecting clothes. So for each bag of clothing, considering that we don't expect to sell out our first year, since the maximum capacity is well beyond 30,000. For each bag of clothing that they bring, they'll get a free admission ticket. And for the tax return cut, they provide a tax return if you do donate clothing, and when we do receive that tax cut, we will give back that money that we saved on paying taxes. So it'll be donated directly back to them. So creating a buzz is my favorite part. I'm a business marketing major, so I couldn't leave this out, I'm sorry. So college engagement. Here are a few colleges, the biggest colleges in Orange County, LA, and San Diego. The way that we want to engage them and gain exposure for our new festival will be to host talent shows such as Battle of the Bands, and top 3 will have the opportunity to perform at our festivals. So one of our stages will be dedicated strictly to local talent. So not necessarily artists, but just students who are in school, but they still have their bands on the side, but they're really good. And USC has a phenomenal music department. UCLA has a great music department. They all have something to contribute to. And so we want to acknowledge all the local talent as well, and also gain exposure, because if your son or your daughter or your best friend is going to be performing, you're going to be coming too. So, and then another stage will actually be dedicated to World of Dance. There's a huge dance community in Los Angeles, in Orange County, in San Diego, and we want to utilize that community and also acknowledge them for their talents as well. So World of Dance hosts their own events each year, and they are associated with internationally renowned dancers and choreographers. The Les Twins just went on tour with Beyonce. That is one of Usher's dancers. That's the Jabberwockies, who just had a contract in Las Vegas for their own show. This girl, she has millions of followers on social media sites, as well as the Most Wanted crew right there. They have millions and millions of views on just YouTube videos for their talented choreography. So if they were to be attending, we would have exposure towards all of their fans in that platform. And as for social media, we'll definitely be doing a social media campaign through our team, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also hosting contests, like if you like or share, you have a chance of winning 2 VIP tickets, stuff like that, just to gain some traction. So moving forward, we would like to extend the event to a multiple-day event after the first year. We would like to increase celebrity involvement, expanding our corporate and festival staff, so just everyone that on all of our teams expanding that, and also our festival staff, because the first year we're going to be having the staff from the Orange County Fair doing everything because they have the experience and we don't want any kinks. So that's why we're hiring them, but instead we're going to learn everything and do it on our own. And then generating more traction that would appeal to other businesses, so getting more sponsors and better sponsors, consistently improving our artist lineup, developing a large platform that would create a better change in the world, going global, because festivals aren't just for Orange County, they aren't just for California, they are everywhere and they're expanding like crazy and potentially being bought out. So, thank you. Yes.
Another great example of thinking beyond self. Great effort. Thank you for your project, and maybe you can talk a little bit about the research you did directly with the folks over at OC Fair.
Well, I directly actually had to call them for the rates of how it's not just like, oh, here is how much you need for rent. It's like, here's how much you need to do for a certain amount of people. So they don't have a maximum capacity, but the most that they've had in one day is 80,000. So I personally called them and I asked them, well, how much would it be for 20 or 30,000? So the poor guy, he sat with me on the phone for like 20 minutes and he was answering other calls at the same time as he was working. And I was asking all these random questions. So for this amount of people, how many of these employees will I need? How many of this will I need? How many of that will I need? So I made a spreadsheet and I put all of that in, and it came out to the numbers that I already showed you guys. And he was very confused, but very, very kind with his time. But yeah. Yes.
So you have your general admission tickets and VIP at $100 and $150. So I'm just wondering, when the festival gets more popular and you're able to book bigger artists, would you increase prices? And if you did, would you have an increase of percentage difference for the VIP and the general admission?
Possibly. I mean, as far as I think percentage-wise, we'd look how much can we give to the charities and still be profiting. I think that's the kind of equation that we're going to be looking at in the future. It's just a matter of what the demand is. So.
Great project, very good. The success of this business is going to greatly depend upon your ability to attract artists. What I'd like to know more about is your strategy for convincing those artists to participate in your festival.
I'm actually really glad you said that. So Comic Relief is a UK-based charity, and they have been around for years now, and if you're British, you know about this charity. You can't miss it. They have huge events, and they have worked with the biggest of the bigs in the UK, and luckily for me right now, there's a British invasion as far as music goes. So, for example, Sam Smith, British, he would probably be willing to be there. Jessie J, probably willing to be there. There's so much influence. There's also been a lot of American artists that have participated. It's just the fact that we don't necessarily really know about Comic Relief just yet, and they're actually trying really hard to expand it into the US, and this would be another benefit for them in expanding and getting exposure. exposure as well, just through music. So thank you for your question. Did I answer?
You did, and I guess what I'm asking is, as a new person to this industry, the relationship building part is very, very crucial.
Yeah.
So what specific strategies do you have to make the connection between an existing enterprise and one here?
Well, I actually have done an internship in the music industry, and my old boss, who I have really good relations with now, used to work for Columbia and also MCM Records, and his best man of honor was I can't remember, it was Paul something, but his best friend is the CEO of AEG's Rocky Hill division. So being able to have that connection and also have that under my belt as far as like, hey, I have someone that will support me, or I have someone that can put in a good word for me. I feel like that will bring a lot to the table, and as well as surrounding myself with a really, really good team that bring their own connections to the table as well is really crucial.
And the altruistic nature of your business, I think, would be a big draw for.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's about giving back.
Yeah.
So my guess is that would feature heavily in your recruitment strategy.
Yeah,
for getting
definitely.
artists.
Because all they're doing is they're just donating their time. They already have the talent. They're probably already on tour. It's just a matter of doing one night for free, or they could still collect their fee, or they could earn that money and give it to and donate it themselves. So. Yes.
I think you did a really good job.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to ask, like, personally, because I know you are involved in music personally, and just kind of background of why you chose to do this specific project.
Okay. Well, I've always loved music, and I've always been fascinated by the industry itself. And when I first started, when I first started loving it was when there was change in technology and people were stealing music, and the music industry was kind of like, what's going to happen? What is the future? And now there's this emerging market for festivals and events, and having the privilege of actually going to events like that and like absolutely falling in love with the atmosphere and being able to make some sort of profit by making people happy. That's what I would love to be a part of that. So, yeah.
Alright, hi guys, my name is Pedro. We all know who I am at this point. Now, it doesn't come as a shocker that a gay man wants to be an interior designer. But it is something that I really like to do, so I just have a quick question for you guys. Do any of you guys know the difference between an interior designer and an interior decorator? Besides Eric. Anybody else? No? No one? Okay. Well, so I'm here to give you guys a little 101 about it. Designers know how to plan a space, but they also know how to present it visually to the customer and be able to communicate it to the client. It's not so much of just putting a space together and picking out different, going out to, let's say, IKEA and picking out different furniture to put in your room. It's not just about that. You have to, as a designer, you have to study the architecture, know the architecture of a building, and know the background in construction, and know what, like, the difference between a low-bearing wall and, like, knowing where you can have, where you need to replace it with a steel beam. These are all things that make a designer, whereas a decorator, simply, like, anyone can be a decorator. Someone can tell you you have really good taste in designing your house, so you were like, oh, okay, I can definitely, like, design it for my friends. That's a decorator. Moving on. What's it called? Do any of you guys know what staging is? And what staging a home is? So, staging a home, it's done mostly in the real estate market. My mom happens to be a housekeeper, and I like to design houses. You see that chain reaction right there. My mom happens to be working with the CEO of the agency, RE, in Beverly Hills. And so we have started to build a personal relationship as well, and Thus, I can want to continue to build a professional relationship with them in order to achieve this staging branch of the services that I would provide with Velasco Design. So, Velasco, here's the table of contents for my presentation, and we're going to be talking about Velasco Design, aka my design firm. And at the beginning of this 497, Professor Art De La Loza asked us if you guys had an unlimited amount of funds, what would you do? And that was very easy for me. It was interior design. So just take that into consideration when we see the numbers. All I'm saying, I was told I had unlimited funds. So the images that I have throughout the PowerPoint, they're different. They're images that inspire me, but also that are very reflective of my design aesthetic as a designer. The mission at Velasco Design is to offer a design service to affluent, quality-conscious clients that seek assistance in their design choices of residences or businesses. We provide design resources and products to our clients. We have opulent and luxurious, yet livable and comfortable design aesthetic. Staging is a vital part to our design firm, and we have designed our services in a way to inform, inspire, and assist people in the process of transforming their home or business. Some of our keys to success in surviving the interior design market would be to provide the highest quality interior design and staging consulting experiences possible. We sell specially selected products to these clients to further meet their interior design needs. We communicate with our clients based through website and personalized communication techniques. And we retain clients who have used our services and use word of mouth to advertise our design firm. So here's how I would design, for example, an entryway. It's very livable, but it's very grand and luxurious. Our company will be named Velasco Design. It is a general partnership. My mother will be doing the other part of the funding aside from myself. It's an 85-15 partnership. I have majority of the say. And we are located in 1754 14th Street, Santa Monica, California. 90404, very close to home, and it's very close to all of you guys if you want to hire me. So our products and services are listed here. We are doing the services that I offer as a design firm are the interior design of existing residential and commercial spaces, new home construction, remodels of residential and commercial spaces, as well as staging for residential and commercial real estate. And down here we have the prices and how much I would sell, how much each service costs per hour, and thus there are no cost of goods sold because at the end of the day we're charging this by the hour. Just a little bit more inspiration. So our competitive edge, what sets me apart from every other design firm? In Los Angeles, we do see a rise in design firms. There actually are a lot, whether it's a corporate design firm, whether it's a private design firm, I know it's very competitive. But there aren't really a lot of staging design firms outside of just the interior design aspect. If you look up staging design firms, you have about 2 or 3 in the whole greater Los Angeles area. So that really is the key to set myself apart from everybody else. Not only am I offering interior design services to help fill that gap, but I'm also doing that with the staging and having those professional relationships that I have been able to build through my mother and her connections, the connections I built myself. I'm able to do that. Quality for opulent detail that makes the room feel warm, classy, and comfortable. Our client follow-through will be impeccable, whether it's through emails, sending flowers, cards, whatever. At the end of the day, we want to continue to have a relationship with our customers because we don't want not only their business to end, but we want to make them feel like we're your wedding planner. If you need something done at your house, I'm your go-to guy. Like I will be there by your side. I will be your gay best friend as long as I'm designing your house. That's kind of how I'm selling myself at this point. We also offer our staging services, which is the big differentiation between other design firms. And our marketing strategy, most of it is going to be done through word of mouth. The reason why word of mouth is because I don't want to necessarily put myself out there as a designer who's, at the end of the day, you don't get brand recognition and you don't legitimize yourself as a designer if you're going and plastering your design services on the back of a bench at a bus stop. So since I do have the ability to create these connections with high-end clientele and affluent people who I want to provide my services to. I want them to see the potential that I have and be able to create a personal relationship with them, and then they refer me to the rest of their friends who need solution. Overall quality and experience of the result, that's what I want to make stand out for myself. And then also for marketing myself, I'm going to use Pick Me advertisement. It costs $4,500 for the creation of a website and online advertisements. These advertisements can be anywhere from click-through ads, through keyword searches, etc., and etc., etc. And it also creates my business legitimacy as far as clients being able to go onto a website and seeing what kind of design aesthetic I have and being able to see my past projects. Here's a nice lovely bathroom. So for our management salaries, when we first start off, the national average salary per interior designer is around $23.32, and the national average annual pay a year is $54,200, but I can't be making that. I need to make more. I have a very upscale lifestyle I like to maintain for myself. Thus the higher prices. But you know, you're not getting just higher prices. You're getting the whole package with me. You know, like you're getting the gay BFF right now. That's all I'm saying. But so to start it off, I'm going to be the owner. I'm setting myself up as owner. My full-time employees, I would have one as my personal assistant, and then my mother to be like the management. We do plan to purchase the building in Santa Monica. It's around a 7,000 square foot lot. The office building itself is 96,000 square feet. So I want her to be the building manager as that. And then I'd have a part-time internship, and then independent contractors, blah, blah, blah. This would be our annual totals. And making $72,800 makes me feel much more comfortable than $54,000. I'm just saying. This is a nice little garden. It's actually Ina Garden's, if you guys watch the Food Network, Ina Garden's backyard. It's very lovely. It's one of my favorites. So here are our starting expenses. Right here when you see the real estate between land and building, the total cost of the property is $4,250,000. However, the way it's divided, what you're buying is land is very separate from the building itself. And even though it's all in one price, you actually have to differentiate and know the price of the land per square foot, and then compare that to the price of what the building is, because when you look at it in your tax returns, it's two very different things. And then between furniture and fixtures would be in order for me to decorate and get everything how I would need to do in my office spaces and have examples of how I would design certain things. Here's your operating cost from the beginning. So the total required funds would be around $4.3 million. I would be fully funded between myself and my mother since I have unlimited funds. It's just I have to make that a point. Here's our sales forecast. Having the established relationships, knowing that I'm going to be branching out with people who I know and have these connections with, I know I'm going to start having a high success rate from the beginning on because I've established these relationships prior to me opening up Velasco Design. So in our annual totals for the first year, my total margin would be around almost $500,000, and I'm very comfortable with that. I'm very comfortable with that. Our break-even analysis our monthly break-even would be around $16,254. For the first 3 months, we wouldn't be breaking even, but by the 4th and 5th, we'd actually be making 100%, so we'd actually be doubling our break-even point, and we'd be making more money and being on top of it all. So this is our income statement. It's a lot to read, it's a lot to take in, but just to give you the brief of it, at the end of the day, my net profit will be $235.315. So I think we can all agree in this room that that's a nice amount to make a year, and you can live pretty nicely with that. And that's all I want. I just want to be stable, you know. But it comes at a price. And here's the projections for year 2 and 3. By the 3rd year, I'd be making $270,082. And this is this really cute little library room I saw. It was really cute. I just thought it was, very nice for what it is. It's very creative to build a bookshelf along a wall like that. And then this is my balance sheet for the first year, second year, and third year. My total, and then at the end of the day, it would all be balanced. And this is the end to the last presentation. Any questions, comments, concerns? Yes, Professor Little.
Hi, thank you. What are the current trends in staging, and how would that, because I know it's a burgeoning area, and how does that mesh with your design aesthetic in order for you to get the potential client?
So at the end of the day, staging is basically interior decorating, but rather than decorating to a person's specific taste, you are decorating to appeal to the most amount of buyers. And from 2012, I was reading on Oregon Live's newspaper, they have projected a 24% increase in need of staging homes, and from 2012 all the way into 2022. So it's no longer decorating the house and cleaning it up in order for you to sell a house or for you to sell a commercial building. Some people want to see themselves actually being able to live in a building, and that's what, at the end of the day, my staging services want to provide for both residential and commercial real estate. It's for people to be able to see themselves in there and help the connections I have within the real estate market, help them sell their products, and help myself get my name out there as well. Yes.
How did you decide to price by the hour instead of by the job?
Well, because to be very honest, I don't know why I priced it by the hour, but when we hired an interior designer back in the day, it was priced by the hour, and it depended on the service. So I just kind of went based off that.
Is that kind of the norm in the industry?
Some people in the industry tend to be paid by hour, and some people are paid by commission. It just depends. So I'm trying to, make myself up there a little bit more than I should have, but I want to be charging by the hour. All right. Yes.
So there typically tends to be two types of stagers, one who has all of their own furniture, and then people who almost act like a middleman and then rent the furniture to stage. So what are you planning on doing?
So as myself, I'm actually planning to be the middleman in a sense, because I will have those connections from doing remodels and whatnot with different companies to be able to stage a home. So I'm gonna act more as a middleman rather than have that, because at the end of the day, when you stage a home, you want to stage it appropriately to the architecture of the home. So if it's like a Mediterranean style villa, you want to make it seem Mediterranean rather than very contemporary and modern. Yes, Eric.
Despite the self-deprecation, there is something there, and I think you very, very happy with what you've done. My question is, can you tell us a little bit about the research you did to develop your topic?
So when I started off with, as in my research, and I'm still currently wrapping up, is I really was looking into how the influence of how creative Los Angeles is becoming, and how, in comparison to cities like San Francisco, the creativity in the city booms a lot, and you see a lot of emerging designers and decorators and whatnot. And in Los Angeles, it's very much more close-knitted. It's more about who you know, and it's more, and like, for example, I know one of my friends' mom is Catherine Ireland. I don't know if you guys are aware with her. She was a model from the 70s, now started her own interior design firm. And when she has a client, it's mostly word of mouth, and it's who she knows. And she designs houses for Lindsay Lohan, and I forgot who else's house she's doing. She's also hosting a yogi retreat in her house in the south of France. So through seeing how she is so established in it herself, and seeing how it's kind of harder in the LA area to emerge, is why I really researched that the rate of growth in Los Angeles in correlation with the population of LA, the difference between the state, and then what helped was the difference between the staging services and interior design. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people do have that misconception of designers are the same thing as decorators when we're not. And offering the staging service with my design service allows me to differentiate myself from the existing interior designers in the LA area and kind of create my own market, but within a market. Did I answer your question?
I think you did.
I think you did, okay. Yes, hi.
Hi, all right,
How are
great
you doing?
job.
not trying to help. I try to get help from you, but
They
you didn't give me help.
they are, just what you said they were, it's pie in the sky.
That's
but
why.
You're gonna have to redo that to make them practical.
Right.
Something that is really usable in terms of your
Right,
business.
correct. And that's why I made that disclaimer that if I was told at the beginning, if I had an unlimited amount of funds, this is how I would run my business. Yes.
I just wondered if, kind of going off her question, if you considered possibly creating a list of like preferred vendors as far as furniture and stuff in order to make a good relationship between them and possibly like kind of
Create a
do-
partnership.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, as an interior designer, I do the vendors that I do work with, I do want to help create a relationship between my client and them, because at the end of the day, they might need their services without having to go through me, and that is one of the key features of my services, is that I will provide that for that, and it's part of my whole experience when you hire me as a designer. Yes.
Pedro, are you considering getting some further education, maybe not perhaps formal higher education, but something like an ASID certification?
No, I have not. What I've been planning on doing after Marymount is I'm planning on taking a year off, and I'm getting I'm hopefully have an internship lined up with Catherine Ireland, and be under her in her design firm, and then I want to help build a portfolio, and then move up to San Francisco within the next year and a half, and get a master's degree in interior architecture and design from the Academy of Art University.
Great.
No problem. Any questions? No.
Okay, good morning. As you guys know, I'm Ashley, and I'm going to be talking about a business plan for a company called Collective Properties. So, before I dive into the company, I want to give you a little bit of background. Last year, there was 165,000 companies operating in the residential brokerage and management field, and those companies brought in about $170 billion in revenue. On top of that, U.S. real estate businesses are forecasted to grow at about 4% compounded annually, so there's definitely a lot of money to be made and a lot of growth to happen. When we look at the Los Angeles market specifically, Los Angeles rental rates have increased for consecutive 24 quarters. And since the recession, they've increased about 15.2%. And when we look at the consumer sides or the renter sides, traditionally people try to keep their expenses at about 30% or lower of their income. More than half people in Los Angeles are at 47%. So more than half of their income is going to rent or mortgages, so there's definitely a need for affordable housing in Los Angeles. So about Collective Properties. They're going to buy and transform real estate into affordable communal living properties, and they're going to have designated office spaces, which I'll dive into in a later slide. The headquarters is going to be in Los Angeles, and the first two properties are also going to be in Los Angeles. One, because that's where we are, but two, the rental market is so crazy right now. There's such high demand, so it really will be profitable. The mission statement of the company is to seek to offer affordable living to residents and also inspiring creativity, and that ties into the office space. And there's two main objectives. The first is to create a profitable business model that sees continuous increase in the property's profit to expense ratio, which when I show you guys the income statement, you'll see that ratio get bigger. And the second is to increase brand awareness while keeping marketing expenses to a minimum. There's really no need to spend a lot on marketing expenses after that first year once the property is known, because the rental market is so high in Los Angeles that usually by the time someone's moving out, there's already someone who has agreed to move in. So there's two main key features for the property. The first strategy focuses on providing inexpensive housing to the community residents, and there's three main ways to do this. The first is to acquire property at a below market rate, which I'll get into in a later slide. The second is to lease rooms in the property rather than the property as a whole. So for example, if you have a 5-unit property that can rent for $3,000 a month, or you can rent out each individual room for $1,000, that would bring in a higher revenue. And the last one is to require long-term rents, which will decrease rental turnover. So some places have month-to-month leases or 6-month leases. We definitely want to have at least a 1-year signed lease, but it would be better if we could get at least 1.5 years. The second feature is to offer workspaces in the property, because this is going to bring value to the property at a fixed cost. So to do this, we need to acquire properties that are large enough to have designated office spaces that don't disrupt the living space size, and of course bedrooms. And the second is to hire an interior designer to create a modern, efficient workspace. So every property that we buy, we're going to hire an interior designer to really create an open floor plan that's really modern and doesn't have the dingy kind of
quality that people think sometimes when they think of communal living. And of course, these features are going to add property to value, and then we'll be able to charge more rents. So this is just a snapshot of my startup requirements. So I'm planning on investing $60,000 into the company and raising another $740,000 from investors. In return for the $740,000, 20% equity will be given out to investors. On top of that, I'm going to be seeking a line of credit for $400,000. So the difference between the line of credit versus the investor capital is that the line of credit will, the $400,000 will be the balance, and then it will be used on an as-needed basis, and then whatever amount is used will be paid back with interest, so almost like a loan. So for startup expenses, right out the door, $800,000 is used for the property, so that's gone right away. About $60,000 or so is going to be used to renovate, remodel, and then hire that interior designer. And then, like I said, for that first year, we're going to use about $50,000 or so to advertise. Every year after that is going to be really minimal, and we're going to rely on word of mouth marketing. So this is just a chart that shows you the market growth in Los Angeles over the course of the year. On the vertical axis, you see obviously the purchase price of homes have increased, like we all know. But if you look at the horizontal axis, the average price for Los Angeles homes from quarter 1 of 2013 to quarter 1 of 2014 increased almost 13%. So that's from $1,595 to $1,850 a month. And our target market for our first few properties is going to actually focus in the West Los Angeles area, which actually has a higher average compared to the chart that I just showed you. So our target market is going to be men and women aged 20 to 35 with college education. These are the people who kind of want to avoid going to that typical lifestyle of getting married, having kids, and having that white picket fence, and really focus on creating businesses and starting startups. So they're going to be around.
I'm so sorry.
So they're going to be around like-minded people, you know, and they can bounce ideas off of each other. And the market segment, like you said, West LA itself has more than 13,000 people, and that's just for that tiny part of Los Angeles. And these are some medium incomes in that area. I didn't put all of them because we didn't have enough time, but Santa Monica, the median income's almost 70 grand, and the same for Culver City. And Brentwood, it's over 100,000. So these people definitely have money to pay for these high rental prices, but our target market would rather save that money and create a business versus spending, you know, more than half of it on paying their rent. So this is our SWOT analysis for collective properties. The strengths, like I said, is that it's going to be located in an area with high rental prices. The higher the price, the higher the revenue. And as of right now, there is no similar business in Los Angeles. The most similar business is called Open Door Development Group, and they are located in San Francisco. And they do the same thing, buy properties and transition them into communal living properties. But they just have 3 locations right now, and like I said, they're only in San Francisco. Our weaknesses is that this is new entry into a large industry. Like I said, there's more than 160,000 companies, so there are a lot of competitors, because every apartment in every corner typically would be a competitor, because people have the option of renting out a unit from them or renting it from us. The opportunity is that because these properties are going to be in areas with high populations and low vacancy rates, landlords typically have the ability to price properties as they see fit, which is why West LA has super high rental rates right now. And the biggest threat is that a decline in neighborhood value can impact the rent. So for example, Santa Monica and Beverly Hills are very desirable areas and they have very expensive rates. If something drastic was to happen for whatever reason, the neighborhoods become less desirable, the rental rates would decrease, and that would have an effect on revenue. So this is an example of some competitors. These are apartments in different West LA neighborhoods. All of these are 1-bedroom units, and their square footage is between 400 and 800 square foot, so they're not significantly big. In Santa Monica, a unit that size is going to run you around $2,500 to $3,000 a month. In Marina Del Rey, it's going to be $2,900 a month. In Mar Vista, about $2,000, as well as downtown Los Angeles. Venice, that can run you anywhere from about $2,500 to $2,900. West Hollywood can be around $2,700 to $3,400, and then Beverly Hills takes the cake with about $3,500 a month for a 1-bedroom unit. So our pricing strategy. We're going to use a competition-based pricing strategy, so those competitors and other apartments, we're going to see where their rental prices are, and as they increase, we'll be able to increase as well, but we do want to stick lower than the market average, so we're going to aim at being 40 to 60% below that rate, so we'll be desirable to people. And then, like I said earlier, we want to buy properties under market rate, so doing so will let us utilize higher profits in the end. So this is just a snapshot of the employees and pay. For the first 3 years at least, there's going to be 3 employees. Myself as the CEO and 2 full-time administrative assistants. They're going to make about $40,000
give or take, for the first 3 years. The first year they're only making about $3,400 because they're only going to be working 1 month of that first year. And this is a screenshot of my income statement for years 1 through 3. As you can see in year 1, we're not going to make any revenue because year 1 is really going to be about getting a property ready and rental ready, which will happen in year 2. But we still have payroll and we still have expenses, so year 1 we have a net loss of about $180,000. Year 2 is when our first property will be up and running, and that property is going to be 9 bedrooms and they're going to rent at $950 a month, which is going to bring about $102,000 for that first year. As you can see, payroll actually outweighs our revenue, so we do have a loss again after expenses and income tax. So our second year, we net a loss of $136,000. Our third year, we'll have our second building in business, and our first building rates are going to increase by $50 per unit. So our third year revenue is about $210, and then we have our $139 worth of payroll. After expenses, we net about $28,000. And then we have income tax, which takes pretty much all of it. So our third year, we have a profit of $682. So even though this is really minimal, as time goes on, rental rates are going to be increasing every year. So that will drastically increase while expenses hopefully remain the same. And at the same time, every year and we're building equity in the building. So later on, when we do want to buy future properties, we can take out a line of equity on our property and use that for the next property moving forward. And in real estate, you use an occupancy break-even analysis. So this tells you what percentage of your unit or of units you have to have rented out to break even only on your operating expenses. Obviously, in year 1, we can't do it because we don't have any potential rent income since our building won't be rent ready. Year 2, we have to fill 37.3% of our property, and that's going to break even on our operating expenses. And year 3, as our revenue increases, we only have to have 20.7% filled, and we're going to break even on our operating expenses. That's it.
Good job. It is hard to go first. Okay, so I thought you really know your target market, but I have some questions for you, and I hope everybody else does too. Okay. So you said your target price point is $950 for the 9 bedrooms.
For this first property.
Have you considered getting a larger property and having more than 9 bedrooms available?
Yeah, so our first 2 properties are 9 units, and I was originally going to plan for a second property to be bigger, but we want to keep with our line of credit and be able to support that, and then moving forward, we're going to increase the amount of units drastically.
Okay, and then what are your competitors doing in San Francisco? How large are their properties?
Well, so they started off with fairly similar sized properties. They haven't done so yet, but their plan is to buy 30, 40 unit properties, which would be the goal. But like I said, we want to have long-term leases, and they have theirs where you can rent a room for a month or 6 months. It's their choice. So that's where we're trying to tie in higher revenues by requiring people to stay longer.
Perfect. Okay, and so based on your income statement, you clearly see the increase, right? We see where the profit is coming. How do years 4 and 5 look?
So I haven't taken a look at years 4 and 5, but each year the rental market is going to increase. And $950 is still significantly low compared to the competitors I showed you, their month rental. So we can drastically increase those, and expenses should stay the same, and payroll should stay the same. So that will see a great increase for these next few years.
And I think that is my other question, is with regards to the market average, are you concerned at all that being below, are you concerned at all that being below market average could maybe bring in a less than optimal crowd for you? Is there a benefit to being at average with the type of clientele?
I think that because it's communal living, there has to be a little bit of a sacrifice because people feel like their privacy. But even though it's lower than average, the West LA market is still so high that a lot of people still, that is technically high to them. So I'm not expecting to bring in, a less desirable group of people.
Okay, perfect. Other questions?
Good job.
Well done.
Okay, I'm Catherine, and my company is called Discount, which means a discount ticket company in the sports industry. So Discount's main focus is fixing vacancy in arenas. The vacancy affects the stadiums, the teams, and the fan experiences. Ticket prices have increased by 3.4%, making the average ticket well over $100. The average fan cost index is $333.58. So you take into account the cost of 2 small draft beers,
4 small sodas, 4 hot dogs, parking, 2 programs, and 2 adult-sized large hats. And then Discount will provide fans with a discount alternative ticket. So as you can see in the graph, it's an average price for a family of 4, comparing professional sports teams versus theme parks and the movies. So you can see that the sports teams are actually a lot more expensive than anything else. So in these 2 tables, the first one is the average ticket price for the Los Angeles Lakers and the Clippers from 2010 to 2013. And the bottom is the attendance. So as you can see, with the average ticket pricing increasing, the attendance is decreasing for each one. And this is the average ticket price for the Los Angeles Lakers starting from the season of 2006 to 2007 all the way up to this season, 2014 to 2015. And as you can see, it has increased. And this one's the average ticket price for the Los Angeles Clippers from the same years, 2006 and 2007 to this last season, 2014 to 15, which has increased significantly, and in the last year it's increased by 25%. And then this is the average ticket price for Los Angeles Kings, same seasons 2005 and 6 to 2014 and 15, once again increasing throughout the years. So the mission statement, Discut's focus is to fill vacancies in sporting arenas by offering discounted tickets, by working towards client satisfaction, and by community involvement. Through this company, fans on the budget will be able to afford to attend games again, and through this unique and charitable ticketing company, Cecil will be filled once again throughout stadiums. And Discount will be located downtown, 1 mile from Staples Center and 4 miles from Dodger Stadium. And the charity part is every 20 tickets sold, some will be provided to the Boys and Girls Club, so there's like a charity aspect to it. These are Discut's 3 main competitors: StubHub, which is the 2nd largest ticketing company in California, Razor Gator, and Tickets.com. These all offer a place for season ticket holders or people with tickets to buy and sell their tickets at face value or at an increased price, because these companies make their money off the interest from selling the tickets. So Discount will offer a discounted ticket to professional sporting events around Los Angeles, starting with Staples Center. And tickets can be purchased online or in person at the headquarters downtown. So this chart shows each team at the Staples Center, the sections at the Staples Center, and what the teams offer average for each price of the sections. And then next to it will be Discut's price for each of the sections. So as you can see, it's significantly lower. So the target market is fans who can't afford to buy tickets. Discount will partner up with the sales departments from each of the teams, and they'll advertise through various social media outlets such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. According to recent data, more than 80% of sports fans interact with social media sites while watching games on TV, and more than 60% do it while watching live events. And then also market through community events such as Feed the Community and donations for the communities. Okay, so the operational plan. So Discut's sales team will partner up with the sales teams from the professional teams, and each sale Discount will get 60% of the profit, and the team will make 40% of the profit, and hopefully over time that will decrease. And for the community department will hold community events such as Feed the Community, donations, and help to preserve the community environment, and also they'll work with the Boys and Girls Clubs for all those donations and help. So there's a manager, obviously, and then there's a sales department, which I said works with the sales teams from each of the professional teams. And the ticketing department will work with the actual physical selling of the tickets and getting the tickets where they need to be. And then the community team, which works with the community, does outreach, does the events. And then I know this is a busy slide, but it's a screenshot of my first year income statement. I wanted to show you that the profits for each month in each of the sections, and as you can see, we make a lot of money in the first year, and we actually break even during the 6th month of our first year, and we break even with a monthly amount of $19,024. And over here in the break even, there is a drop between month 6 and 10 because sports is a seasonal thing, so it starts from October and could go to April, May, and latest June. And then a summary, the goal is to increase arena capacity, have 100% customer satisfaction and loyalty, have successful customer outreach, and work towards expansion, working with other arenas around Los Angeles and the United States.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, questions? Bud.
So if you're making 60%, and the teams are only making 40%, like what do they say about that? Obviously you're making way more than that.
Okay, so if no one was to buy those tickets, they aren't making anything, but since they're making 40% already, they're also making money from parking, food, merchandise, so they're really making more than I would be making.
Have you considered, like, in the long-term projection of the goal of the company, like having the players endorse your company? Because I was watching recently that Zach Randolph from the Grizzlies actually bought like 500 tickets to just give out to people who couldn't afford them, and I feel like that's kind of like a charitable thing that you could look into.
That's a good idea. I haven't thought that far ahead, but I definitely would consider that.
What is your profit margin on one ticket?
It just depends where the tickets are.
Okay, what's your scale?
So these are like the different prices for each section. So just,
Sorry, can you make that bigger?
Yeah. So this is the different prices for each section.
And how did you calculate those prices?
These are actually like online, and then I took a discounted percentage from each depending on what section, and then.
How did you determine your discount?
Just determining like what people spending more on what tickets, so what they could afford than regular ones. So I try to make it more affordable, like closer down, like in the lower sections.
Okay. Wait, so it's more affordable the closer, the better seats you get?
Compared to what they actually sell.
Okay. How many employees or contractors?
To start off, there's only like 4 or 5 employees. Management, 2 for sales, 1 for ticket operations, and 1 or 2 for community startup.
And how many teams are you going to start with?
The Staples Center ones, Clippers, Kings, and Lakers. So just 3, and hopefully to expand from there.
And how will you link up with the Staples Center?
To talk to their sales teams.
Talk to their sales teams, but with a licensing agreement?
Yeah, but I didn't talk about practice.
Okay. And what else do you have to do in order to finish out your project in Fort 98?
Just more research basically, and go more in depth with like future services and stuff like that.
Okay, what do you feel is missing from your presentation?
I don't know. Obviously there is, but like I have to look at my plan.
Okay. Alright, other questions? Good job.
Hi guys, so I am presenting Getting Likes for Lawyers Market, a social media implementation operation. So the executive summary, Lawyers Market is a family business that was established in 1999, founded by George Lawyers Sr., and since then it's grown and expanded to the successful business it is today. So far, this business has been accustomed to traditional marketing strategies such as like newspaper ads, newspaper ads, magazine coupons, and word of mouth, of course. Now the business is expanding to new locations and needs a more effective marketing strategy that will continue to bring success in future years. And one of the trendiest and most popular marketing strategies today is social media marketing. So company overview. King of Asada DBA Lawyers Market is a multi-service market that specializes in service to Latino customers but also caters to a multi-ethnic clientele. There's 2 locations, one in Chino Hills and one in Colina, both in California. It is designed to be a one-stop shop for basically barbecues, parties, gatherings, anything. So we sell pretty much everything you can think of when it comes to those kinds of events. Here, shoppers are able to find a variety of products and services helping to achieve both successful and favorable gatherings. Industry background. So Lawyers Market positions itself within the grocery retail industry, which is basically retail that sells fresh vegetables, produce, meat, poultry, seafood. But Lawyers distinguishes itself by also offering fast food Mexican food, which includes like tacos, burritos, tortas, really traditional Mexican food. According to IBS World, the supermarkets and grocery store industry makes up the largest food retail channel in the United States. Products and services. Lares offers a wide array of products, focusing on Hispanic products. It's known for the high quality marinated orange carne asada and chicken. All meat purchased is of the highest quality and fresh and cut to order. It also offers hundreds of traditional and non-traditional Latino items. The kitchen offers traditional Mexican food, and customers are also able to cash their checks, purchase money orders, and wire money to other countries as well. So this is kind of just a picture of the Chino Hills location. This is the center of it. We have the produce section here. We have beer and wine. I know it's really blurry, I apologize. The kitchen's on that side, and we have the meat department on this side, and all the beverages are sold on this side. The marketing plan. As the era of social media continues to rise, it is important Lares Market implement social media marketing into the business. Lares is going to implement basically 3 different social networks that will advertise promotions, daily deals, and will spread awareness to potential customers about our services and products. This plan will approximately take 6 months to complete. So the first step consists of choosing 50 random customers who volunteer to take a survey that consists of 6 questions. The first question, how old you are. This will help target, basically it will help create different strategies as to how to post, what to post, and type of pictures. The second question is what three social media networks do you use the most? Because we want to narrow down to 3 networks just to start off. How often do you find yourself checking these accounts? Every day, once a week? If Lares Market was on Instagram and Facebook, would you follow or like this business? Would you come into the store if you saw Lares offering discounts or promotions on these networks? And the last question, would you help spread awareness to others of this new marketing strategy Lares is trying to implement? The operational plan is basically to hire 4 team members. There's a project manager who oversees the entire process and works closely with the marketing team. There's a social strategist, which is the project team leader and developer responsible for overall success and vision of the project. There's a social media manager who manages and organizes all accounts, profiles, and posts. And lastly, there's a web developer who provides assistance to help plan, brand, and integrate social technologies within the company website. So this is basically just an overview of the payroll for the first 6 months. And I'm planning to hire these people for 20 hours a week at $20 an hour. Each month I'll be paying them $6,500, and for the total 6 months I'll be paying $39,000. This doesn't include overtime or any other. This is just very basic. As for management and organization, each team member has their focus, and by doing this, they focus on different jobs and the workload decreases so the project is carried out faster. And this is a screenshot of my income statement for the first 3 years. I am still working on financials, so it's kind of a little bit confusing for me, but I'm focusing on the meat, and I'm focusing on taxable items, which is like the kitchen items, and I predict that every year it'll increase by 25%. These are actually real numbers. This is for 2014, and I predict about $500,000 increase every year after that. And as of where I am, status update, I still need a lot of work on my financials, income statement, balance sheet, and breaking analysis, and also more research on the industry. And that's it.
All right, questions? Yes.
So is this already a business?
Yeah, this is
okay.
real life. Yeah.
It's an operational family business, right?
Yeah, it's my father's.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
How many locations are there?
I'm sorry?
How many locations?
There's 2. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit more about your financials, right? So it's hard when you're implementing something into a real business to determine how it's going to actually impact your bottom line, right? So how are you determining, so it's going to cost you in the next 6 months $39,000 just to set this up.
Yes.
So how do you know when you have recouped that revenue and now your marketing efforts are actually building on your bottom line?
That I haven't figured out yet. That's still, yeah.
Who would have some suggestions for her as to how to determine that is?
For example, one way to target the Hispanic people, you have to, like, for example, this is a market that does barbecues and all of that. Like, don't offer the same promotions like Northgate or like Uno Market. For example, do something like offer, like, I don't know, for 10 people, like 8 pounds of meat, the cups, the plates, the salsa, the guacamole, the cheese, the tortillas, the beers, and offer that all in the package with the fixed price and offer like 3 kinds of packages. People will start buying them. I mean, they do that in Mexico.
We do have one, I guess it's a family pack, and it's just kind of the beans, the rice, pan of chicken, the asada, and tortillas and salsa. Right. It's kind of
But market it more like for parties, you know?
like bigger.
Yeah, like
packages?
barbecues.
One way to track the social media efforts, if you're putting specific like coupons or promotions on your social media, you can keep track of how many were used and the total sales each time. That was basically.
Yes.
I mean, another way to track is obviously if you're getting like more people in the store.
Yes.
Like, because you can, I mean, obviously track how many transactions you do a day, and even if you don't physically get more people, if they're buying more in those transactions, then you should be able to see like in your bottom line, like monthly or
All good ideas. Let's talk a little bit about your target market. So you said you were going to have a survey for your customers, right? How many surveys are you expecting to be returned to you?
I want to say like 50.
And how many are you planning to give out?
About 100.
Okay, so about a 50% return, right? And how are you planning to implement that? If you receive an answer back from your customers that maybe this is not an avenue that they see value in from a social media site, in what ways could you combat that? Because I see that as being your biggest obstacle.
Like if they are not motivated to use it?
If they're not motivated to use it.
Oh wow.
It's a hard question, right? Because the entire plan is built around assuming an assumption that people will engage with you. And sometimes it's hard to get people to engage with you.
I was also thinking of like having like a rewards program because we're actually updating our whole register cashier system. It's like this huge thing where we're actually going to be able to scan smartphones. So kind of making it into a rewards program. That's sort of the thing I was thinking of.
I think that's great. Definitely something you should look into in 498. Okay. Other questions, thoughts? Good job.